Well, yeah, of course. We're gonna start the weekend with a stream. I promised everyone a stream next week, and this is my last chance to fulfill that promise. Where's my face? There I am. VIP not Zufty, stream starting soon. You're right. You're goddamn right about that. The stream is starting soon. Now, in fact. Hi, how are you? If you hear cats destroying stuff downstairs, that's because they are. My beautiful partner and housemate Grace is away, so it's just me and the two shitheads, and they're taking advantage of that. Hello, Kunk, an awesome sauce video you had. Thank you. I watched it like 3 hours ago after you published it, and then I checked it yesterday, and goddamn the hate comments. What? I'm kidding. Yeah, well, thank you for watching it, but also, don't worry about the comments. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, Hippity Hoppity 2. Hi, won't be able to join in today because I have a call to join, but I want to say hi to everyone. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hi, Hippity Hoppity. Good to see you. We don't know how long we're going today, so unless that's a long call, you don't gotta worry. OSHA? It is specifically OSHA, you know? I don't know what it is about boy cats, but they're crazy. I just got a lot more of that energy. Oh yeah, I made sure to show up with blue today. That's how you know it's going to be a real content-heavy day, is that I've prepared a bit. I got my blue. It was great seeing the people calling you out for something you clarify later. I loved that. I love that. Yeah, hopefully you guys are here when I'm back. Hopefully. Enjoy your call, though. Or good luck with your call. Nathaniel's page, let's get spunky. You lost the Garfield name. Hi, Mott Nathaniels. Good to have you here. He's bluing today. I mean, what more could you people want from me? I'm kidding. Paint yourself blue, please. I've already gone this far. You want me to bust out the body paint, which I have just here off screen? I did not realize I was sort of overcommitting to the blue bit. This was just the closest shirt I had. I saw a blue peepee yesterday at work. You know what? I do believe you. I don't know what that says about me, but I instantly was like, yeah, I bet. I don't know how, but I'm just so trusting. Join the Blue Man group and you'd fit right in. Yeah, who wants to see music from this guy? Can I make it morph to my face? Hello and welcome to the show. I don't know why you'd ever want to watch that. I don't know what appeal does the Blue Man group besides everything they're telling you with the title of the book cover. You know what I mean? Hey, we play music. And we're blue. I feel like you could just picture that. It was blue doinking a blue hoo-ha. What? Again, I believe you, but I can't comprehend. Okay. It was a photo someone took on film and I had to develop it. Oh. Just being like, wow, creative work. I have to look at it. That's tough. There is an added element to this today, and that is there may or may not be a giant spider jump scare that happens somewhere in this stream. Because it's summer, it's like hot here, and it's spider season. There is, I shit you not, the size of a dollar bill spider somewhere in this room. Last I checked. And I don't know where it is. And it could... I'm looking all over the viewfinder for like every little smudge on the wall in case that's it. Because I'm freaked out. I hate spiders. Benjamin. Hi, Kunk, and I'm out today, but I hope you have a good stream. Thank you very much, Benjamin. Thanks for checking in. I don't know why I did like the sailor salute. Also, with the way you were talking about the place you live with the busy street and parking lot, I genuinely thought you were going to dox yourself before the haters do. You got to keep them on their toes. You know, if you dox yourself before they do, they feel weak. What if it bites you and it paralyzes you and wraps you in silk and we get to watch in real time? Then you better clip that shit. I want to go viral. If I get consumed by a spider live, I better at least get a few clicks out of the deal. It's so embarrassing. No, like, call the authorities. I know I'm not doxing myself, but call the authorities and just guess where I am. Just be like, call 50 times. Be like, hello, Alaskan police, Kunkin Dassner's being eaten by a spider. Click, hello, Arkansas police, and just work your way down. Just, one of them will find me. It's all good. It made me laugh. You gotta get your coin. It's all about the coin. It's all about the capital K coin, baby. And the blue. I thought that was it. I thought I like crawled out of... Whew. Great. I have like a little arachnophobia. Like I've gotten over it for the most part. Where like if there's a spider on the ceiling, I'll be squeamish, but I'll get the cup, the paper, and I'll get it outside the house, right? I'm not killing them. I'm not freezing. But if you throw a spider, that is like, this is a glasses case for my like blue light glasses. Maybe like this long. I guess this is too long. It's huge. It's a huge spider. If it's ever on screen, you'll see it. Hopefully, while I slept, it crawled into the hallway. Not that that's better. I'm freaking myself out. OSHA? Now he's screaming. Anyway. Erica, get out of here. 26 months? Whoa. 2 years. I can't believe I've been streaming for 2 years. Are you hearing that? OSHA! So good to see you, Erica. Nephric Dreams. Buddy? OSHA! OSHA, I'm over here. Hi. Hey, man. I haven't gone anywhere. Come here. Come here, loud ass. Come on. Anyway. That cat is saying slurs. I just know it. He better not be. Okay, I'll be looking now. Make sure you put in a good show with the spider. This better be a solo show. Swear to God. Meow. Loud cat. Yeah, that is my life. Can't do nothing in this house without a cat yodeling in the background. Such is my lot in life. It's fine though. I love him. I won't get rid of him. So yeah, I think that's everything. We got our blue. The video came out. There's a spider somewhere in this room. OSHA's being loud. I can't think of anything else. I think that's everything. Alright. See you next week. No, I'm kidding. I'm in Manitoba right now. Wow. That's in Canada. Because obviously I know where it is. I don't have to ask, where is Manitoba? Obviously I don't have to ask, where is Manitoba?
You need to unlock your iPhone first.
Fuck.
You'll need to turn on location services for that. You want to turn it on just this once. Or while using Siri.
While using Siri.
First you have to tell me where you are. Go to privacy settings.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Anyway, it's cool that you're in Manitoba. I wish I knew a fun fact about where that is. That is in fact in Canada. Damn it, I should have gone with my gut. You can Manitoba, but you can't Toba man. Swish. Oh my god, I can't believe... We were just talking about doxing. I almost had to dox myself with Siri on stream. I can't tell you where you are. You'll have to tell me. It's the province right next to Ontario. I was on vacation, but I'm heading to the airport now. I hope you had a good vancation. Right, from the top. I hope you had a good vacation. I almost said Manitoba vancation, and it came out vancation, which sounds like a vacation within a van, which is not. I was not in a van. All right, well that's good. On my way to your house. Damn it. I'm not in Manitoba. Clearly, I don't know where that is. Canada, I guess. I thought it was like down there. I thought I saw it. But clearly, I'm on edge. I wish my loud cat would come in here and look for the spider for me, but no. These are two things that have to poison me separately. Anyway, Canada sounds cool. I want to go more often, but I might not be able to re-enter the country. What with the whole uh-oh stuff going on. Eat the spider, yummy. Legitimately, I would be paralyzed at the thought of that. I have pretty bad arachnophobia when it comes to the bigger boys. And you'll see if the guest appearance happens, because, holy shit. You can Canada, but you can't a can. The sequel's never as good as the original, you know what I mean? You really hit it out of the park the first time. What a condescending thing to say. Somebody banned this mod. Yeah, can we get like an ultra mod in here that can like bring the hammer down? It's not funny at all. None of this is funny. None of this is good TV. OSHA. Okay, he's sitting outside my room like a security guard. But like a security guard who's like not doing good. Like an off-duty security guard who didn't leave. Hosh on says you can kunna dast ner, can dast ner. Which I saw it and I was like, this will work, and then it didn't. But I like it. Hi, Josh. Nathaniel, she man on me till I toba. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. That one I like. Why do they call it oven when you oven the cold food, ought have hot eat the food? Which I love. That sounds so much like the you give me orange. I thought it was right there. I thought that was it. But that's just the window. I think. Wait, why is it off center? That might be the spider. Wait a minute, that might be the spider. Ash is a himbo. Hi, gamers. Hi, Ash. You ready to hear me scream? I cast summon 19 spiders. First of all, what the hell? Don't do that. B. Why 19? Alright, god damn it. I'm gonna go look. But first I gotta have some blue for courage. I'm fine. Why is it off center? I think that's part of the window, but it's off center. So maybe it could be like a little, it's just nesting in there. And I'm not tall enough to see. This is such a bad idea. It's not gonna work. Nope, it's part of the window. It's just off center, I guess. Hi, OSHA. Alright, you keep at it, man. I know, hi, bud. You tell me. Alright, let go, let go, let go. Do you see it? God, I wish you were like a hunter or something. We should have left you in the wild for a few more weeks. Oh my God. Make sure to kiss it. It'll turn into a frog. Get a cup, Windex. Horror movie where the guy is just seeing things and acting paranoid. Here you go, Osha. I'll open the window just for you. There you go, kitty. Stupid, loud, ineffective kitty. I love you. This is my security guard, dog. I'm going to jail. Hi, buddy. You see anything? Get a load of this guy. What the hell? Get a load of this fucking dude. Osha. Wow. Does the creature shoot lasers from its eyes? That would have been nice. Maybe we are the spider. Maybe internally. I'm not going to build off that joke. You said it first. What am I going to do with that joke? The spider shoots lasers from its eyes. All 8 of them. I'd be toast in a heartbeat. Alright, I've been so focused on it being on the ceilings. What if it's like on the... What if it's like under the rug? Oh, I have goosebumps. Oh, the camera isn't going to be able to pick that up. But I gave myself goosebumps. Oh, It's fine. Maybe it left. Maybe there's no spider. Son? Son, what's the game plan? Wow. I ate the spider, no worries. Well, now you're the one I'm scared of. I have lots of spiders inside me. I have Spiders George. A deep cut reference. Which I just admitted to getting. Please don't touch my joke, you horrible creep. Get away from me. Ow. Alright, well I figured we'd do some video games because it's Saturday morning. And I obviously need to think about anything other than spiders. So, I have something ready. Play Roblox, but get eaten by a giant girl? What? What is... God damn it. I don't have a Roblox account, but that's so funny. I might have to make one. Just me being like, alright, I have a video game pulled up. Let me just read the chat. Play Roblox, get eaten by a giant girl. Okay. I didn't know Roblox got it like that. Damn. Got it like that? What's it? What's like that? This better not be like a thing, alright? Play Chrome Music Lab. I have a game. Everyone's suggesting things. Can you play Roblox on a guest account? Why am I doing this? This isn't... There's no... I should not be doing this. Play the Horse Girl Gotcha game? You made that up. That's not a thing. Roblox. You do have to log in. Alright. God damn it. Let's do it for the bit. Here's my birthday. This is how old I am. A lady never tells. I almost picked my nose. 19. Shut up. I almost said it. Username. Kunkin is already in use? Who the hell took Kunkin? Kunkin Dastner is in use? There's some fucking pirates out here, I swear to God. I don't have any other usernames. Wow. There's just no username. Am I really gonna get, like... I'm not going to be able to play Get Eaten by a Giant Girl on Roblox because I can't think of a username. Oh, okay, I got it. I'm not going to read my password out loud. Alright, I'm in Roblox, I guess. What do I search? What? Get eaten by a giant girl? I can't believe I'm doing this. Here it is. God damn it. This is a very bad idea and I can't believe I'm doing this. This is like a safe search, right? I don't know what I'm getting into. I know this is a thing. I don't know how much of a thing it is. Get eaten by a... Wow. That kind of came up fast. I've been misspelling that. Get eaten by a giant girl. Mod Nathaniel, we've joked about this before, but you might lose mod privileges. Are any of these what you had in mind? Yeah, ban Nate, ban Nate. I don't want to roleplay. It better not be the first one. Is it the AI one? Why is her head a latte? You see that? Play Dress to Impress. These don't look like the ones I've played. Excuse me? Excuse the hell out of me? Get eaten by a... E.T. Oh. OSHA, not now. I'm playing a pervert game. Because women be a latte to deal with. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. Get eaten remade. Get eaten by a gigant. We are doing one of these, and then we're going to the game I have. OSHA, not now. What is this, man? Maturity mild? Wait a minute. She's on a toilet. I'm not doing this. OSHA, I know this is bad. Is this what Roblox is? I knew it was like fan-made games. I thought it would be like a little... Wow. Wow, hold on. Hey, bud. OSHA. Hey, buddy. Care to explain? Oh no, I'm doxing myself. You know I live next to a tree. If the stream suddenly cuts out, it's because my big dumb son sat on my PC's off button. I'm going to cover it up with this hard drive. The things I have to do just to get by in this nightmare house. He's gotten so big. He's gotten too big. He's bigger than Aioli right now. He's a full year and a half younger. Osh, what are you looking at? See, he's looking around, which scares me. Does he see the spider? Say something, son. You have a 2K subplate? Oh, that was a gift from... Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Oh, boy. Hold on. God. I think we're good. Why is there a random key on your wall? That's the house I grew up in. I thought it'd be cute to... The 2000 subplate was a gift from my sweet, lovely girlfriend, house partner, beautiful roommate, Maud Grapes. When we first met, they found out I had a YouTube channel, and I was like, oh no, you're gonna not like me. And instead they gave me a gift. It was very sweet. OSHA, don't move. Alright, I'm gonna move the camera very carefully, because I don't want that to happen again. But he's just like, he's just sitting there. He's staying watch. We should get you back to under 2K so it's invalid. Alright, no more distractions. Let's get eaten by a... Josh, he said sort by plays. There should be a way to do that. Oh yeah, by the way, my username is Real John Ham Official. That's my... I want people to pretend... Alright, we're going to play the AI thumbnail one. Wait, maturity mild, what does that mean? Don't use AI. Oh, thank God it's official. I want people to think that they're playing... Download Roblox? You can't play it on... Updates every Saturday? I'm calling it. I made a Roblox account for nothing. We will revisit Roblox, I guess, in the future. I am not downloading it right now. Good Lord. No, this is what... Hello? Window. This is what we're going to play. We're going to be playing Ashen. Look up Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Wow, multiple people are saying it. Alright. Never mind, Ashen. Not quite yet. We have to Google... Pretty Derby. I'm feeling pretty derby myself. That's so fucking stupid. Alright. What's this word? Oh. Uma Thurman. Alright. It's not loading. Browser capture. Cancel. Oh my god, man. This is embarrassing. Hold on. We're just gonna do the display capture. Here it is. Let's see what it... Where's my face? Let's see what it looks like. Okay. At first glance, what I'm looking at here looks like, and I could be wrong, a gacha game about horse racing. But the horses are anime girls. Am I close? Vodka is a great horse. That sounds like something I'd say to convince my friends I have a drinking problem. What is happening? First of all, this video is making my mouse not load correctly. Oh, it's free. Oh, the first bump's free. That's how they get you. All the girls are based on real horses. You're kidding me. This is like semi-historical? I was 2 weeks later and he'll be addicted? Look, I have a gambling issue, but I also have some integrity. We're gonna play Ashen after I played this insane gacha game horse anime girl thing. Not for long, because legitimately, that's being sidetracked. I can't believe I'm doing this. Usamam... What is it called? Uma Thurman. Oh my god, there it is. Alright, there's a free version and then there's an $18 version. The tutorial's kind of long. That's the problem? Please don't spend any real money. We don't have that problem yet. Is there... I'm sorry. Is there nudity in this? No. Add it to my library. God damn it. I'm glad I don't have a whole lot of like friends who know me, who can see my Steam page. Alright, let's scroll down to you. God damn it. I can't believe I'm doing this. Install. Yeah, fine. This is crazy. God, remember when you... Okay, alright. People love bringing this up. Remember when you spent real life money on a parrot in Sea of Thieves and then played the game on stream like 3 times after? I'm happy I bought that parrot, okay? I streamed enough Sea of Thieves to warrant me thanking the devs with a $10 tip. If you think of it that way, it's me supporting indie games. Just checked my good friend Kunkin's Steam account. Anyone know what this Anime Horse Sexy Game 2 is? It's not a Gooner game, I promise. Any game's a Gooner game. In our Lord of 2025, people are crazy. People can turn... Alright. Open the game. Let me go ahead and change my stream information, god damn it. Because we are no longer just chatting. Oh no! Hello? What is happening? I guess it is a good thing I waited for my girlfriend to be out of the house to stream. I thought it would be because, like, I could be annoying her. Now it's because I am playing this. Uma... Wow, it's not even loading. I'm trying to type. My keyboard... My computer is being overrun by what's happening right now. Oh, hold on. I have to sign away my rights. Does this game use a controller? It opened up an external window. Article 1? What is happening? Look, they can get whatever they want. After... My computer's gonna be bricked by the end of this anyway. I agree. Let me add the category. Uma? It's not typing. My entire setup is being destroyed by the select my country. the good old US of A, my friend. Hello? The United States. Uh-huh. What a proud nation we are. Add. I'm not playing Undertale. Autocorrect. OSHA. This is crazy. Too much is happening. He cleared the category. Enter my birth month? 02. Not Zufty just followed. I accidentally unfollowed you, but I might just keep it that way. Welcome back, Zufty. Oh my god. 02. And then I guess I do have to reveal my birthday. Year first? Oh my god. Oh, I'm 26. I'm 26 years old and this is where I am. Entering the starting gate, add the category. Where's my mouse? My mouse is frozen. I accidentally opened up the news for a split second. And I got like a Trump slams troublemakers after grand jury orders to unseal Epstein files. Not now, world news. I'm trying to... 36-year-old bald streamer Northern Lion plays and loves this game. Okay. Don't hate me. I'm skipping it. One day at the Tokyo Racecourse. Oh my god, the horseshoes. Hey, new trainer, over here. Who's yelling? The desktop audio's going down. Help, I'm in the ads, help. I love how you highlight that he's bald. Tokyo Racecourse is as Racecourse. I'm already getting poisoned. Tokyo Racecourse is as lively as ever. Do be careful that you don't accidentally get separated. From who? Now then, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tazuna Hayakawa, secretary to the director, and I'll be your tour guide today. Tazuna, what the hell is happening to my life right now? That's my question. Thank you for bringing me on board. Wow, a lot of options. I'm free, but the ad was cows with a podcast. God damn it, they beat me to it. Of course. La. I'm honored to be able to meet a new trainer with as bright a future as yours. I'm 26. In any case, we should get on with the academy tour. But before that, a race is about to begin. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness. Can you hear the thunderous cheers from the crowd? No, I don't think that's loaded yet, Tazuna. There they are. Your future is bright, girly. Keep on riding. Is that a quote from The Thing, or did you just say that to me? People from all around the world adore Uma Musume racing. And with the fanfare, the curtains are raised on this stage where you and your trainee were aimed to achieve your dreams. Why would they have curtains? Just go to the nearest one. Where's the Ah! There's so many! Okay. Alright. Gotta familiarize myself with everybody. We got Brian, Rudolph, Matikane Fukukitaru, Agnes, Haru, Nature, Grass Wonder, Legalize It, Silence, Special Week, Lightning McQueen, Rice Shower. Can I pick Rice Shower? That's funny as hell. Nope, we just gotta watch. I post social commentary videos, by the way. My entire brand online is people trusting my opinion and my judgment. Let's continue. It's a sunny day here at Tokyo Racecourse for the 400 meter and the sites. The third favorite is Tokai. Second favorite is Silence. The undisputed star of the show, Special Week. How is this? Isn't a whole point of horse racing to be like gambling? It's like guessing, right? Making educated guesses on which horse you think is going to win. How do they make a game out of this? They're just running. This is just a track and field game. They could have made this track and field, but no. No. They wanted to connect this to real horses? Did I get that right? I hope someone sees your latest video and checks out your social links. Oh, the comments are gonna be even worse. The hate comments I'm already getting? Great. We've just added this on top of that. They're based on real horsies. Wait, you said horses. I added horsies. I'm getting a text from my senator right now. I'm urging for your support for city council positive. I'm like, not now, city councilor. I'm watching horse girls running. Boy, the stakes are really high. Congrats, Special Week. We all knew you could do it. He looks so devastated. Oh, it's over. What an excellent race. My heart is aflutter. And now, with the race over, it's time for the winning concert. What? Sorry, the horses sing? The horses sing for you. Ash is a himbo. In my defense, I did not think we would actually play when I brought it up. I'm happy about it, yes. Hey, I'm nothing if not trusting. Overly so. Josh from the Judges podcast and Hashan from YouTube fame says, if I was a worse content creator, I'd make a joke about horse racing sounding like horse racing, but I won't do that. They do kind of open themselves. I want a montage of every content creator who plays this game saying that, because I bet this is an overdone joke. Sorry. The winning concert is where fans and the runners they support share in the delight of victory. I feel like we're losing the overlap here. I feel like making them sing sort of breaks the illusion. Bro tried to get eaten by a giant girl Roblox. That never happened, and I'm cutting it out of the VOD. Some of the songs sung here can only be performed after winning. Thank you for the Steam message. Your profile looks great right now. Ah! So it's a very moving experience for performers and audiences alike. Oh yeah, after you watch them race each other like horses, they sing a song for you. Those who watch the concert go on to become fans of... Okay, so they become fans from the concert, and then they watch them race. So what's the main draw? Is it the racing or the singing? If I'm training the horses to race, do I also have to train them to sing? Is that part of my responsibilities as a horse trainer? Let's go to the stage. Alright, but I'm bluing first. There's not enough blue in the world for this. Is this copyrighted? Is this If this is copyrighted, I'm not going down for this. It's going like ba 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 ba. I mean, you like. I'm not gonna do the whole thing for you. They're doing like a arm. You can see it. I don't know why I'm dancing. Do they have to learn the lines like as they're racing? Like when they're racing each other, are they trying to like remember their lines for the song? The Goddess of Victory? That might be overhyping your sport a little bit. I'll give you a little bit of the music. But I also don't want to get sued. There's religion in this? Do they go home to drink to black out afterwards? Yeah, you follow them back to their apartment and it's just like a horse stable with an empty pizza box. It's still going. I guess I'll play a little bit. I don't want to rob you of the experience. I'm probably going to turn it down a little bit though, because I don't want to get sued. I actually just made a video about YouTube and the copyright system. It's pretty interesting. I recommend you watch that before seeing me touch any of this stuff. I feel like this is two good game ideas mixed into one confusing game. I wish they would lean into the horse aspect more. That's crazy. I think the draw of this is the horses. It's horse racing. You want them to be more horses? They have ears. They have ears I'm looking at. Oh, back to the mobile game aspects. The day after watching the race with Tazuna. Hello again, trainer. Welcome to the... Hello again, Duncan Kastner, 26-year-old. Welcome to the Japan Umasume Training Center Academy. This is the finest... Am I saying this right? Umamusume. Welcome to the finest Umamusume training establishment in Japan, home to countless students who dream of the racing world. Countless? This will be America in 2035. Why does that sound better than America in 2025? At least this place seems... Well met! Huh? Oh good, they let me react. If my mouse would react. Goodness, Director Akikawa, you scared us. Lady, you have a cat on your head. Is that inappropriate to say? All the president candidates race like horses, and if they win, they can do whatever they want. Honestly, this is a joke. This is not real. If Trump won the presidency by out-racing everybody, and then he went into this fascist dictatorship thing, I'd at least be like, he won, right? He outran everybody. If he wants to be a fascist, I guess he kind... It's such a bad joke. Alright. Go on, Director Akikawa. Apologies. Are they going to voice act, or can I voice act? I want to at least get like a good demo reel out of this. The mouse isn't moving. Hit the options key. I want to at least get a voice acting gig out of this. No buttons are working. You still have the game muted, I think? It's definitely turned down. Apologies. Oh, wait. Apologies. Seeing such a promising new trainer just gets me so excited. My rate is $20 an hour.
改めて私はこの学園の理事長
I am
秋川だ
the director of
よろ
this
しく頼
academy.
むぞ
I look
新
forward to
人
your
トレーナー
endeavors,
君
newcomer.
まずは
But
ぜひ
first,
君
please
のことを
tell us
教え
about
てほ
yourself.
しい
We're all interested in you. It's like he's in the game. So damn loud. Is that better? Yeah, I totally made that too loud. Trainer name. Real John Ham Official. I can't have my username on here. Yeah, go ahead and register me. Welcome, Trainer Kunkin. From here on, you are a part of the Treason Academy. Shit. High hopes. I expect you'll give your all together with your trainees to make their dreams come true.
その手腕を振るってくれ
Is there a cat on my head or something, or are you just happy to see me?
学園の馬
The goal of our academy students, our,
レースを
is to participate in the highly renowned Twinkle series.
トゥインクルシリーズでの活躍です
Not enough blue in the world for this.
君はトレーナーとして
So I want you, trainer, to teach, guide, and support your trainees through and through.
以上
That's all. I hope you will work diligently to bring honor to the trainer badge you wear on your chest.
では早速
The races are named after real races, Duncan. That's the part that's real. Out of all of this, there's actually a Twinkle series. I hope the spider just comes down and takes me right here. Why?
まずは二人三脚
Oh,
のユニフォーム
overstimulation.
担当馬
First, let's go meet some of the Umasume. That word is too long.
担当する馬娘のことを育成馬娘
Uma Musume, you're able to train in a career playthrough are known as trainee Uma Musume.
育成馬娘
I don't have, like, the ADHD wherewithal to remember how that word is pronounced every
注意
time.
してくださいね
Please be aware that if you haven't added an Uma Musume to your trainer Uma Musume roster, you won't be able to train her in a career playthrough.
このガチャでは
You can meet new potential trainees by scouting
で
them.
はプリティダービーガチャを
Let's try our luck in the Pretty Derby Scout. Okay, this is the gotcha element. This is the part that tickles the Vegas addict in my brain. The Uma Musume are fixed for this tutorial? Then how will we get a new generation of Uma Musume? Okay, why are we running? You don't have to run. Oh my god, there's 3 gold horsewomen. Peak Blue? Or no, wait, that's not her name. Daiwa Scarlet? Welcome to the team. Sakura Bakushin O? Vodka. That would hit right now. What is it, 10:16 a.m.? I could go for some vodka. Haru Urara and Gold Ship.
素敵な馬娘
Wow, you met some amazing Uma Musume. But before we go off to training...
サポートカードガチャについての説明
Vodka,
します
yeah, vodka. These are fixed, I thought. Everyone gets vodka when they play this.
ガチャを切り替えて
Let's switch over to the relevant scout.
こちらのサポートカード
You can
ガチャ
obtain
から
support cards
サ
from
ポ
the
ートカード
support
を
card
入手
scout.
サポートカ
A
ード
support card is a card to assist your trainees in career.
サポートカードを編成することで
What?
トレセン学
By
園
selecting a deck of support cards, you'll receive the aid of other students from Tracen Academy to help your trainee along. Okay, so not only are there horse girls, but you can also get other girls. Special week. Silent Suzuka. Tokai Teo. Oguri Cap. If I'm mispronouncing these, then I'm not surprised. I'm sorry. Grass Wonder. 240. Mejiro McQueen. Wow. Sorry. Tamamo Cross. Mihono Bourbon. Fuji Kiseki. The ears are way throwing me off. Aoi Kiryu? And then someone else in the background. You've scouted some trainee Uma Musume and support cards. I realized that I was there. Now that we have that out of the way, let's begin your everyday life. Life? This isn't like a side project? What is happening, dude? What is happening, dude? I don't even... I'm not responsible for what's happening here. This is the entrance of the academy. We also call it the home screen. I'm deleting this whole VOD. None of this can exist. From here, you can access various places within the academy. You can begin a career playthrough for any of your trainees here. First, let's make preparations for your career playthrough. Let's select a scenario to play. Scenario 1, putting down your racehorse. Okay. What do I click? Choose an Uma Musume to train. Since this is just the practice, select... Okay, I have to take on Twinkle series. Oh no wait, start your favorite. Nope. We're using Daiwa Scarlet. Now we're moving along in our career preparations. Let's head over to the Three Goddesses statue for a moment. Is there religion in this game? Are you familiar with the Three Goddesses statue? I'm gonna scream. The Three Goddesses, the progenitors of all Uma Musume, according to legend. They totally weren't bred in a science lab in order to appeal to people's gambling and... I'm sorry. They are also described as deities who watch over and guide the Uma Musume. Alright. Traditionally, the students come before here to pass on their ambition. The days spent running towards their dreams. All of this is entrusted to the statue. Alright, we're doing a ritual. Okay, alright. So we're adding legacies of race girls past in order to infuse my current runner. Affinity level. No, they're also horses. Okay, support cards. Alright, so it sounds like you're just in a menu loadout screen. This isn't like horse breeding, is it? Or a take on horse... This is Tracen Academy. Here, promising young Uma Musume gather to train as racers, their hearts filled with glory in the Twinkle series. Why does it look like they're in math class then? Together with their schoolmates, they spend their days training both body and mind. let's all take a moment to just listen to what's happening here. They're racing each other in perpetuity. The sound you hear, that's training and determination. And yet not all are content with the current state of the academy. What? Emergency! This cannot go on. What's the matter, Director? Tazuna, I, the Tracing Academy Director, love my students more than anything. Therefore, I cannot stand to see even a single racer's potential squandered, and yet that is exactly what is happening. Is there corruption in this game or what? If this game is like a abstract social commentary on, like, the commodification... There's a cat in her hat. You know what? I don't think there's a deeper meaning here. Which is why... Proposal! I shall create a completely new racing event. Director Akikawa in the pocket of big glue. Oh yeah, if the horses don't race well enough. What, a new event from scratch? Affirmative! I'm crazy! Our students will now have another set of races to look forward to beyond the Twinkle series. Oh my god, the mouth looks so bad when they're speaking. One that includes all distances, all courses, a racing event unlike any that have come before. How many apples are in that trough and all that? I shall call it the Aura Finale. Why does our fan say new? Did she prep this, like, last night, make a fan in order for this moment? Because if so, game of the year. You know what, I take back everything. Oh no, I hit the skip button. Is the cat dead? It's not reacting. Countless Uma Musume have come to the Three Goddesses statue to carry on the dreams of legends past, or to entrust their own to those yet to come. Oh, there's more. Today, those legacies spark inspiration in yet another new runner. Alright. Their legacies live on. Whose? Is this lesbian sex game? If you all tricked me into playing like a crazy like TOS game on Twitch, you're like, oh yeah, everyone's playing it. It's a gacha game. Speed went up by 5. Stamina went up by 5. Power went up by 10. And cringe went up by 20. Guts went up by 5. There's no even a little bit of lesbian sex from the horses. Every time I think I get a message in my chat room that has never been said before, I have to remember millions of people play this game. And that's probably not the craziest thing I ever said. What? My dirt went up. Why do I have an F in dirt? It took very little encouragement to get you to play this. It would take little encouragement to get me to do anything. Which is not a good thing. Introducing Daiwa Scarlet. Today I will be training with Daiwa Scarlet in earnest. In earnest? I'm not doing this as a bit. It's news to me. Click. Our journey to make her the #1 Uma Musume begins here. They have different goals. Do I get to talk to them at all? Do I have to be like, hey, what the hell's happening here? Try selecting speed for now. Energy went down by 18. Oh no, what is this? My life? Splendid, it appears your training regimen is going swimmingly. They're not swimming, you fool. They're racing. Ah, Director, I came to check in on things, but color me impressed. I see you've been supporting your trainee with panache. Panache? Yes. Aww. Keep up the good work and watch your trainee grow stronger over time. One day, as I'm rounding a corner... Oh no, oh no, oh no, look out! If you say oh no 3 times, there's plenty of time for you to correct. Whatever. Crash? Oh, how awkward. I'm so sorry, I was in a huge rush. The tail swishing. The tail swishing like it's waving away flies. This game will be your legacy? No, no, this is not my legacy. Alright, sorry, but I made a promise, so I'll be secretive. A promise? Yes. I completely forgot that I promised to race with my friend, so I'm rushing over there now. There's a lot of flies in this hallway, isn't there? As a chronic fatigue girly, the energy meter makes me sad. You and me both. If you say oh no 3 times, you summon special week. I don't want to say that. You better hurry then. Got it, thanks, and I'm sorry for crashing into you. Bye-bye. Special just darts off screen. Runs off again in a panic, however. Uh-oh, out of my way! It's my legacy. When are we racing like horses together, twin? Us? Crash. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Daiwa Scarlet's training. Let's feed her special week. This contributed to Daiwa Scarlet's growth? What? You're telling me I went back to my horse after that interaction, and I was like, look, between you and me, you should try running into people in the hallway. That's going to improve things. It looks like you had a conversation with one of the support Uma Musume. Every single encounter is a precious experience. Make sure to use them while training. Her gut health improved. That's great. If my gut health could be improved by a friend being like, I ran into someone physically in a hallway the other day, it was crazy. Incidentally, the Academy is a big place, so you also have a chance of meeting individuals who weren't included in your support card deck. Like the feds, who are investigating us. Next, I'll explain about energy. Oh, great. Oh, energy. Take note of the failure rate. Personally, my energy bar has a much higher failure rate, so this is nothing to me. Failing a training can drop the attributes and mood, so be careful. Why do I have an F in guts? When energy is low, have your trainee rest to recover from it. Oh, wow, I'm actually talking to her now. Oh, trainer, did you get some relaxation time on your break? Don't call me trainer. I'm completely refreshed, obviously. Every model student knows how to switch gears between work and play. Okay, that silhouette in the background, I thought was moving on all fours. I thought that was a horse. I thought that was like an in-between horse. Hee. Oh. Just wait till you see how well I trained today. Energy recovered by 50. What? We're finally ready to give racing a try. Attention! Before participating in a race, private, be sure to always check your skills. Take this. Allow me to grant you some skill points for this special occasion. I can do this whenever, but I'm only doing it now. Skill points can be acquired at various times during your career playthrough. Skill points went up by 198. Jesus. First, select skills. Next, select skill to learn. Look, I'm genuinely intrigued by the idea of a game where you are training like an Olympic sport athlete, and through interactions you can influence how they are trained. That's interesting. It's an interesting idea for like racing against other players playing the game with a character you have gone through a lot doing. I like that idea, but this is not. This goes above that. Oh my god, I need more blue.
スキルはレースに勝つための大切な
Skills are of great importance to win races. Using the skill menu does not expend a turn. So be sure to... This is a roguelike?
同意手に入れたスキルぜひ
You should select skills that best match your trainee's abilities in the races she plans to run.
選んでやってくれ
Open your mind a little more. Open your heart. Oh, sorry, everybody.
では戻りましょう
Now let's go back. I just got read by
これで
everyone
準
here.
備は整いま
You're all
した
set. Time to enter a
レー
race.
スに出走できるレース
The races you
が
are
ある
able to
場合
participate in
リ
are
スト
shown
に
in
表
this
示されま
list.
す今回は
Whoever said this has a huge tutorial is right. I just realized I haven't started the game. Alright, let's get in there. Daiwa Scarlet? I forgot her name. At last, I'm going to enter the Twinkle series.
よし
I can't wait. Let's go. My legs are itching to run. Go get that #1 spot, you hear? Alright, whoa. How about good luck, have fun, you're a winner no matter what? That's what I'd say. Hee hee, you don't need to remind me. I basically just said to them, hey, don't forget to win the sport.
私が
That's bad coaching. I'll have the most spectacular debut there ever was. Everyone will wish they could copy me. Alright, you know what? We're gonna have a training session on that ego, actually. This guy can get amused so easily.
ファンに向けてアピールをし
Get first place or else, horse. This place is called the Paddock. Runners appear here before the race to excite their adoring fans. There's a meet and greet?
パドックでは出走直前に様々な
Nephrite Dream, thank you for Uma Musume pilling Duncan with me, by the way. Oh, I'm glad you two could bond. Ashes a Himbo and Nephrite Dreams. This is great for you.
詳しくは
I'll leave the detailed explanations to you, Tizuna. I have an academy to run. You can count on me.
レースに出走する馬娘
In the paddock, you can check the stats and popularity of the other runners. Oh no, are we not the most popular horse in the lunchroom? Predictions of a runner's performance are denoted by the symbols, PlayStation buttons, from lowest to highest. The top right symbols represent the expert predictions, while popularity is representative of fan opinion. This is just like American politics, to be honest.
能力ややる気が高ければ高い
The higher a runner's ability and mood, the higher her popularity with the expectations placed on her will be. Of course, popularity doesn't guarantee a win. Note the presidential opinion. But the more favored your trainee is, the more you can expect from her. You can change a runner's strategy in the paddock. Alright, Daiwa Scarlet, here's the strategy. Outrun the other horses. It's best to select a strategy that plays for runner's strength. Oh, okay. You're all set. It's finally time to start the race. You have a G in stamina power and wit. I'm sobbing. Is that bad? I thought this was predetermined. Oh, we made it in 3rd place. That's awesome.
行くわよ
Oh, it hasn't started. The Kyoto Turf, 2,000 meters. Let's do it, everybody. Let's... I thought F was the lowest it could go, and it's G. Is this gonna be really humiliating? That's like your seed? Don't mention my seed, okay? That's not... Apple cider is fit... Oh my god, start the race. Is this where the gambling stuff kicks in? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm in 2nd. Oh no, we're running back. Skywalk. Daiwa, oh my god, we're in 4th. Do you have any idea what to do? I have to do something? I'm in 3rd. Daiwa, come on. 2nd. This is good, this is good, this is good. Oh my god, we're in 2nd, come on. 4th, far behind in the lead? No, not for long. Do you just watch? No input? I see no buttons. Coming into the backstretch, the leader in the trailer is separated by 12 lengths. Come on, Daiwa, close the gap. Okay, their form. There's a lot of arm flailing. Preferred position. Yes, click that, click that, click that, click that. I'm still in second. Come on, Daiwa Scarlet. Use the power of belief and wit. Oh, they're close. Oh, that's close. Are we about to peel into third? Oh, we're in third. Okay, alright. It will be decided in the final sketch. Daiwa, you better have some energy in the tank. You better crank. Oh, we're slowing down. Are we about to get past? Daiwa, oh my god. Is that me? What the hell is happening? I'm sorry, first time chat from Mistletoe Stand. First of all, happy first time chat. Why are we the only one wearing an outfit while running? She's done it. She did it. I mean, that feels rigged. I feel like my stats were so bad. This is the first page of the legend you'll write together. Anytime you win in the tutorial, I'm like, Art, what is this? Congratulations on getting first place. Make sure you praise your trainee. Praise her? Usually a winning concert is held after the race, but since you're in the middle of practice, we'll skip it for now. Good job. Great work out there. She's a winner, baby. Daiwa Scarlet, Shantae, you stay. This is hardly enough to satisfy me. I need more if I'm going to become number one. Alright. You've been playing this for 45 minutes. Goal complete. That was all of your goals? We aren't even done with the tutorial? She used her ult. Splendid! You reached your goal. Well done. Bravo! The goals that you're after will differ depending on the Umasumume. Please help your trainees reach their goals during their careers. Congratulations on making it through a career. This is still the tutorial. How is this both the most boring game ever, yet we are all here watching in awe? Well, sometimes the streamer is the one who... And this concludes the career. Although it was short this time, a career is usually 3 years long? Oh my god. 3 years? I'm dedicating my life to this. Please treasure the time you spend together with your trainees. Remaining skill points. Do I have to use my skill? I don't even know what's happening. Finish. Career complete. Congrats! You got first! This is the beginning of a giant, beautiful adventure. S. Good luck. Try to aim for the highest rank. A trainee who has completed her career can obtain sparks. Oh, can she? Time to put her down. If you select her as a legacy Umamusume, you will be able to use her as inspiration for another runner and pass her on as sparks. Send her to the glue factory in order to... That's another joke I bet is overdone with these. The glue factory. Oh. Thank you, Daiwa Scarlet. Enjoy. You make it fun, Kunkin. Thank you. I just like hanging out with y'all. Time to lock in, Bow. It's a long road. Oh, yeah, that's true. All of this was for one horse. Girl. Horse girls. That's what this is about. This is a commentary on girls at recess who used to eat apples and run around on all fours. Not that I know anything about that. I didn't do that. I won 500 horseshoe coins. This is hobby horsing taking to the next level? Okay. Good work today. That will be all. Oh, for the introductory course. If something is unclear or you have any concerns, fuck you. Please click the I button to view various tips or access the help menu. Now then, trainer. From here, you'll be working hand in hand with the Uma Musume through training and everyday life here at the Academy. Take on the Twinkle series and make your trainees' dreams come true. Your dream can be tabled, but make their dream come true. Thank you, Tazuna Hayakawa. I'm very much looking forward to what you'll achieve together. Oh, sorry, took a power nap. What is happening? No concert. Skip. I believe this game would be greatly improved with hobby horses. I would too, but I don't trust the internet to be okay with that. I think we're still in the tutorial. I got a big arrow telling me where to... Here you can manage your veteran Uma Musume, the racers who've completed a career playthrough. You can also strengthen trainee Uma Musume and your support cards. Strengthening your trainee Uma Musume and support cards will set you up to gain better results in your career playthrough. Oh my goodness. Be sure to enter your veteran Uma Musume in many races. You can earn monies? Please allow me to explain team trials. We've been streaming for an hour and a half. Hey, what else was I gonna do on a Saturday? Rest? I work a part-time job and I posted a video I've been working on for 3 months. I should be resting. But nay. I didn't even mean to do that. Look, how do I spend money? How do I put thousands of dollars into this game? In team trials, you race against teams of runners carefully assembled by other trainers. Is this PvP? Did you get bit by the horse girls? And then it spreads like a virus? Alright, trainer, let's try making a team of some veteran Uma Musume who have finished their careers. He's going method. I don't have any veteran Uma Musume, though. Every Uma Musume excels in particular distances and tracks. Some of them have nice personalities, too. The trick is to form teams based on the aptitudes of your racers. And note that, as you go, adding more highly skilled veteran Uma Musume to your team will raise your team rank. Alright, now let's take a break to watch hours of YouTube tutorial videos on how to just ace this game. Let's continue training strong runners to raise your team rank higher and higher. It's a great way to show your ability. Die with Scarlet, we meet again. Your great pacing. Yep, swap them out. Oh, I got carrots! What's the current meta on vodka? The current meta on vodka is that that's going to be the rest of my day after this. There are plans to hold many races from here on out, so be sure to participate as much as you can. After completing a career playthrough, be sure to remember a I'm losing my mind a little bit. What the hell's happening? View a Haya hide? Oh. New support card. Is this what I got? Or is this... Dictus? What is happening? Why are they made of fire? New support cards. Is this an ad? Or is this just... I gotta play this game daily? Okay, you forced my hand. Or hoof. Wow, a lot of login bonuses. So is the game starting? Is this like... When am I released? This is today's login bonus. Thank you, horse. What's your trainer ID? I'll add you. No way. No way there's a... You know what? What am I talking about this? Yeah, of course. Story unlocked. Oh. What is happening? Okay. Oh, no more tutorial. I think we beat the tutorial. Okay. Where's... Turn off voice acting. I wanna act here. Get out of here. Hell yeah. Congrats, welcome to the game. Is this feeling a little tighter? Don't talk to me about that. I am your coach. God damn it. Greetings, and once again welcome to Tracing Academy. Inspiring. I'm looking forward to seeing more of your illustrious efforts with the Uma Musume in your career. Did we make it out? Tutorial over? We haven't made it out of anything. So, to guide you through the process, I'll be assigning you some tasks. In other words, I have a number of missions for you to complete. Private, I'll give you 20. Furthermore, upon completing these missions, you shall receive rewards. I paid for all this out of pocket, so I kindly ask you to keep this a secret from Tazuna. Is there like a illegal funds plotline of the game? Hold on, everybody. I gotta collect my carrots. Love the voice work. Hey, I'm for hire. Mouse? Collect all. What is happening? What is happening ever? Okay, alright. Where's my profile? Profile. Set your birthday. Oh, they'll get me cake for my birthday. Wow. Here's my trainer ID for all of the gamers in the chat. Go ahead and add me. I'll be playing this daily. Team rank F. Don't look at that yet. Birthday. Hey, we've talked about this too many times this stream in order for me to pretend like I'm not gonna do this. I'm 26. Why did it not load? You do not have to use your real birthday. Shit. You cannot change your birthday once it has been set. Uma Musume horse game. I'm addicted to telling the truth. Is my desktop frozen? I'm gonna use this music in the background of my next video. Nope, that's not true. 26. I added you. Check your friends. You can look at my stats and weep. Are you trash talking me? You literally saw me download this game. I've just started. Set. Happy birthday me next year. Comment. Can I not do that? My mouse is dead. Add your address. Add your social security number. My mouse is not working. The game... That looks like my best card. Okay, what's in the archive? What have I archived? Oh my god, these two. Ladies, I appreciate the support, but good lord, I gotta... Become a famed trainer for awesome rewards. There's a battle pass? Alright, let's go gamble. Let's go gambling. Okay. Until 21. Oh, I get one per day? Depending on your age. Oh, uh-oh. Get me out of here. Okay, alright. So there's Phoenix Horse we could get. It looks like there's Ice Age Horse we could get. We could also invest in the support cards. Oh, one time only. Paid Carrot Scout. For 1,500. I do not have any paid carrots, so no thanks. Okay, alright. I have 140, so I can afford nothing. Oh, friend request. Nephrite Dreams. What the hell? Master of the Big 8, rank C2. Nice. Wow. B rank, career support. This is crazy. Congratulations. You clearly know how to play the game. They have spending limits based on your age, which is good, but it means that you'll recognize that maybe people will spend too much money. Every gacha game is a little predatory in terms of gambling. I've played too much. You know what? I will say I can totally understand getting addicted to this kind of thing. Because it hits, like I was saying, right? If you're training things, you have a personal sort of like investment. If you're playing against other people, there's the competitive aspect. If you think about games and the social aspect of games, this is checking a lot of boxes. And like... I'm getting so distracted. Alright, we need to earn some money so we can spend it on gambling. Main story. Play the main story? Okay, but why would I do that? And get rewards? Cha-ching? Alright, let's do this. Chapter 1, set off on the brightest star. Whatever. Oh, you get 30! Landscape or portrait? We don't need voice. That's what you have me for. Oh, we're whiting out. Alright, we're back. I can't believe I wanted to play a different game. I guess you go to the home screen. What's happening? The cheers from the crowd are deafening here at the Twinkle Series Arena. Shit. Expectations are high as our 16th Urimumu Musume dash past the stands. Which one will take the Arima Kinen crown? All eyes are on number 8, Oguri Cap. Today marks her last run in the Twinkle Series. Although nicknamed Beast, Oguri hasn't been quite herself on the track as of late. She's getting old. Will Oguri bring back her overwhelming strength and take first? Can she do it? This event is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Make sure to drink up that aspartame. Oh, don't just stand there and gawk. You should be cheering for our ace as well. It's her last race. Don't yell at me. Time and time again, she's shown the world her blistering speed. And her speeding blisters. I just know she can do it. Ugh, the resolution. I cannot bear to remain a mere spectator. I must get closer. Don't get on the racetrack. I must witness her victory up close. Stay in the box. As the runners approach the third counter, those in the back are closing in. From here on, it's a battle of endurance. Oguri, keep pushing! Foot on, Oguri! I won't let you down. Time to finish this. Oguri is catching up. Oguri advances. Ha! She takes the lead in the home stretch, but the competition trails closely. Why are they wearing matching outfits? Will Oguri Cat pull off a miracle for her last run? Tune in next week. I have reasonable rates, by the way. What? That was it? What did I do? What have I done? What have I done to deserve this? You've already unlocked the next episode. View it now. I don't see why not. You sound like the announcer from Legend of Korra. Positive. Well, they were just taking the transatlantic voice. If anything, I'm doing a John Mulaney impression. Please, assistant trainer, can't you go any faster? A raucous crowd tightly packs the Nakayama Racecourse. Shit. Mayhiro McQueen and I squeeze our way through scores of cheering fans as we head to the front. I would never be able to forgive myself if I were to miss Oguri's big finish. In that case, shouldn't we just have kept watching from the staff box? And then canned crowd laughter. As I said, I need to see her dazzling figure in this important race up close. Alright. Let's keep it professional here. Oh, of course you're still playing this. Not Zufty? The other runners close in, but Oguri matches the lead. Oguri leads. I'm trying to, get voice credit, and I finally found where the tutorial ends, and I can do my reel. This is my reel. My name is Duncan Kastner. I'm 6'7". I was born February 26th. I'm 26 years old, and I am very cheap. Oh no! They're about to cross the finish! Come, take my hand! I feel like we're crossing the professional line. Mayhiro McQueen clasps my hand with an emphatic grip and pulls me through the crowd. A final tug from McQueen, and in that never mind. And in that instant, the spectacle opens before us. Why do they need your height for the voice acting reel? In case they want to fit me in the booth. Just like the Coldplay concert. The Jumbotron hits us right as my horse protege grabs my hand. Oguri... Sorry, that's unprofessional. Oguri keeps her lead for a big finish. Oguri places first. Oguri wins! Superstar Uma Masumi Oguri Kappa has done it. A miracle win in the last race of the Twinkle Series. Wow! I'll never forget the marvel, or the DC, the miracle that unfolded in front of my eyes today. Amazing! Just stunning! She really won! Yay! Wow! Oh, click. Click. So this is what it means to be the... Oh, nope. So this is what it means to be the team's ace. to not feel any sexual desire. Motherfuckers will look at this and say, hell yeah, I'm motherfuckers. And to think she's been slumping lately. What the hell kind of coach am I? People even started saying she was done for when she placed 11th in her last race. 11th? Uh-oh. I'm not a gambling man, and that's a lie. Retiring trainer. When we heard folks spouting that nonsense, we both knew we had to prove them wrong. Ah, there you are. Congratulations, trainer. Our team's chief trainer approaches us. Oh, whoops. Our team's chief trainer approaches us. The man has taught me everything I know about being a trainer. Oh my god, I have a dad? I have a coach dad in this. I have a horse girl coach dad, trainer. A veteran of 30 years. He's decided to make this his last race. However, you can't possibly retire now, Dad. Coach? Friend? That's right, especially after you and Oguri put on such a spectacular race. Just listen to the cheers, Dad. You should be proud of me. Oguri. Oguri. Why is their voice acting? This is my reel. I like how they don't even give you an option. There's just one thing you could say. Yeah, it's like, you get to participate. Read the line. Today, Oguri's chant is shaking the stands to their very core. What an echo! A crowd surpassing 100,000? Okay. Chant the superstar's name. I think those numbers are inflated. They sing of the perfect job my mentor did preparing her for this race. Good job, Dad. You did perfect. It's all the proof I need to know that she still has so much yet to give. Have we made enough to gamble? Nah, that's it for me, I'm afraid. After the long road here, this tank's on empty. I'm gonna go to the store, and I'll be back. Okay, Dad. So the plan's not changing. Team Sirius is in your hands now. And don't play around. Smack. And so I'm pushed on with a vigorous clap on the shoulder. Thanks, Dad, for the clap. Oh my god. Everything I know, I learned during my 2 years as an assistant trainer for Team Sirius. Click. Come on. I'm about to lose my guiding light, my only dad. One that was always there in times of weakness. You do McQueen right, you hear? Whoa. That's crossing a boundary, I think. She's hitting her prime with that Kika Show win. Okay, you don't talk about a woman's prime. Or a horse's, okay? No wonder this guy's retiring. Give it your all, and I know you two will end up defining G1 races. The G stands for glue. You got it, coach. Will you be my dad? Indeed. You've been a tad unreliable as an assistant trainer, though. What with your gambling addiction, so I'll have to be the one supporting you. Perhaps you'll straighten up once I win the Team Tenno show. Oh, now you're racing. Do look forward to it, will you? Haha, she's already got you right around her finger. Easy, guys. But you know, I really do expect great things. I can't wait to see where you take my dear Team Sirius. Oh, sorry, I started bleeding into the announcer voice. Of course. Bye, Dad. And so, a deep crimson falls upon the turf of the Nakayama racecourse. Deep Crimson is the name of my newest horse. You've earned $30. Now we have enough money to fucking gamble. 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 The fanfics on this game probably go insane. I think it's insane to start with. Oh, big money, big money, big money, big money, big money, big money, big money! Sakura Bakushin O. Wait, I thought we already had her. Trainees you've already scouted grant goddess statues instead. Folks, we gambled and lost. We got another... My dumbass really thought you were gambling on a derby with a single racer. That's right, everyone crowds around and there's just one gate. And it's like, I'd like to put everything I have on that one horse. Is my mouse? There we are. Okay, let's go to enhance. We can level up support cards. Razor cards level up for greater support. Okay, yeah, that's what leveling up is. Select. I blacked out and I clicked every... I think I leveled up. You don't have enough monies. What is this? The real world? Shit. Okay. Uncap. I don't think we're there yet. Okay. Now we can race. Are we going to enter a race? Yes! Calm down. Race events. Never mind. When will they be singing again? Just ease up. We'll get there. Special missions. Carrots! Okay, they're giving us 30 per achievement, so we just need to do 5 before we can gamble again. Now I can do math. Okay. What else do I have to do? Change your home screen companions. Done. Change your profile. Umusume. Change your title. Okay, I can do those. Request a jukebox song. Take me there. Request song. The tree one. I don't know what that does. All I know is we get points. Hit the present icon, please. Okay. Ooh! Give me everything. Give me everything there is. How much do we have? How much money? How... Can we interact with the... Discord! We can go to the shop. Welcome. Please take your time. What is this? Oh my god, we can exchange! We can exchange a coupon for a girl! Alright, who do we want? Symbol Rudolph... Rice shower! I want to make everyone happy, so I'll run my hardest. That is the point of the game, I think. Is she getting married? What is that hat placement? Oh, she has a knife. Alright. Well, okay. The first horse we got was predetermined, so, like, I don't feel that close of an attachment. But now we got our own. We got our own horse. Where is she? Where's Rice? Where's Rice? We just got Rice. Edit team. Where the hell is my Rice? She's not a veteran? What? Extra. Watch special limited time stories. Not now. Where's Rice? Stop talking about feeling tighter. Where? Okay, well here it is. Mouse. Mouse. Switch. None of you are Rice. You need to run her career first. Okay. Uh-oh. Sorry, I opened up the Windows news. Oh, support cards. Level up. Select. Is that good? Okay, alright. Where do we train Rice? The career. Right. Career. Okay. Where? Oh, here we are. There we are. A low dirt score. I don't know what that means. Next. Select a legacy. I remember we doing this in the tutorial. We're gonna compost our last horse. Which sounds crazy. Auto select, actually. Next. What is this? Auto select. Start. Start career. This is Tracin Academy. Clips leaderboard. Not Zefty, you just got an achievement for clips. Which makes me worried what you just clipped. I don't know what you clipped. Is it embarrassing? Oh wait, we've seen this. Would you like to shorten events? No. I don't know what that means. Okay, we got 10 speed, 5 stamina. You're using my level 50 card. I'm using your card? Well, that's okay, because it's for Rice. I'm investing everything in on Rice. I'm going all in on Rice. I have a trainer. I misread that. I thought that said I have a shower. He's so kind, like the big brother in my book. He took my hand, even though I'm so useless. Get Rice! Where's the attitude? That's when I decided I want to become a blue rose. I want to be a wonderful person who brings happiness wherever they go, not a useless girl who just brings misfortune. Come on! What is with the negative attitude? Why are you wearing the hat, Rice? Ah, it's almost time for training. A little jogging beforehand can't hurt. Ancient merchants when deciding which grain to purchase and trade. Rice! Rice or die. Hee. Rice Shower enters the starting gate, the crowd cheering her name. Hya! Hya? Uh-oh. Bourbon. Pant. Uma Musume A. And that's another new record, Bourbon. Looks like the star of classics this year is already decided. Wow, that was really incredible. Hey, Bourbon, would you mind taking... My regimen is not yet complete. Excuse me. Kia, she's so cool! Incredible. I can't believe so many people came to the track to see her. Yeah, Kia is like Link. If I run now, I'll probably just get in the way. Rice Shower and I began working towards the Twinkle series today. I head to our Rendeviz location, my heart swelling with anticipation. Do you think she likes me? But she isn't here. God damn it, Rice! There's still 5 minutes until our meetup time. As long as she makes it to practice by then, it'll be fine. But she never arrives. God damn it, Rice! I furrow my brow, and I burrow my frow. The fact that she hasn't contacted me yet means something is definitely wrong. Her hooves can't type on the phone, though. Where in the world could she be? What should I do? Training time must be over by now. Sigh. Rice! Rice! Huh? What are you doing here? I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to practice on time. My hat was covering my eye and my vision was... Look at what she's doing. She's like, I want to be a racehorse. I went for a run, but there were roadworks on the path I usually take, and I got startled by the construction equipment. I am a horse. So I tried a different route, but I got lost. And then I got held up by every single traffic light. You know, on the paths in the forest that horses take, there's traffic. Sniffle, and now it's already this late. Did I invest in, like, one of those self-deprecating horses? I put everything in on rice. It's fine, I'm just glad you're okay. It's not fine. Because of me, all the time you put into preparing today's training was for nothing. God damn it, I really did invest everything in rice. So if it's alright with you, but please tell me everything that we were going to do today. I don't want to be useless like this forever. I'll train on my own. Huh? Is that a no? Right, I bet that's even more trouble. I used to be self-deprecating like this. Not like this, but like, you know, I'd make a lot of jokes at my own expense, like with my friend group and stuff. And then I realized that if you do that too much, it becomes its own kind of annoying. If you are with a friend who is constantly being a downer on themselves, it brings down the energy of the hangout. And so I reminded myself, because whenever something like this happens, I go, oh man, at least I don't do that. And then I think, oh, but I do the real life human equivalent of that. Point is, do not beat yourself up too much, because you will end up like rice. Duncan Kastner, 2025. That's not it. Huh? You don't have to practice alone. Let's do it together. Let me just put on my horseshoes. Really? Okay. And so, Rice Shower and I began our journey to take on the Twinkle series. Off the clock, at night, after the race course closed. Skill points went up by 120. Jesus. When I arrive at work the morning... Work? Lesson of the day, don't be like Rice. Thank you. You get me. The director's secretary, Tezuna Hayakawa, approaches me. Good morning, trainer. It's finally time to start working with your trainee, isn't it? Together, you'll strengthen your bodies and minds as you forge an inseparable bond. I'm certain you'll have the most fruitful time together, the fruit being apples, of course. If you're able to achieve consistent results, you may even earn a G1 title, the very pinnacle of racing. Hello? Mouse. I'll do my best. They really do not give you any options. They're like, hey, say this, stand on your marker, hit your line. I'm sure you will. Keep in mind that a runner's first 3 years in the Twinkle series are most crucial. Then they get put out to pasture. If your trainee hasn't achieved a satisfactory record in 3 years, action not supported. The hell happened? I'm afraid her contract with you may be cancelled. What the hell? I have 11 turns left. I just realized that. For what? That makes the 3 years a critical period for her. Please work together and find a way to make it through. Yes, ma'am. First things first, you should probably start training for the upcoming Make debut. No clarifying. Well then, off you go. Train hard. Alright. Learn skills for racing advantages. Get treated. What? What is happening? Recreation? Oh no, recreation. Training. Raise attributes, okay. Become closer with teammates. Oh my god, Rice. Okay, got it. Energy went down by 21. 11 turns before junior debut, got it. Oh, event. One day, while relaxing in my room, I receive an email from Tracing Academy. You're fired. What's this about? Attention all trainers, I will soon make an announcement with significant implications for your future. Budget cuts. Be sure not to miss it. From Tracing Academy Director Akakawa. Greetings, members of the press. Thank you all for coming. I'm such a bad voice actor. Greetings, members of the press. Thank you all for coming. Listen well, I've gathered you here today for an important announcement. Director, you have to stand on the box or they won't be able to see you. Right you are. Apologies. I'm short. Alright, this seems okay. Well then, from the top. Listen well, I, the director of Racetrack Academy, hereby announce the establishment of a new race, the Ura finale. Ura farming. Murmur. The Ura finale? They're creating an entirely new race? But what? Reporter. Director Akakawa, I'm Otanashi of Twinkle Monthly. May I ask you a question? No. Permissible. What is it, Miss Otanashi? Thank you. Now then, can you give us some insight into the thought process behind this decision? Excellent question. I'm surprised a reporter of the fake news media would ask such a good question. I'm glad you asked. In short, the Ura finale is an event that allows every Uma Musume to take a chance of glory. It'll be an event where any and all Uma Musume can compete, respect, honor, recognition. It will be all theirs for the taking. A chance at glory for all Uma Musume? A what? Chatter. Hee. Okay, if a reporter is giggling during an interview, I feel like you lose some journalistic integrity. I just realized she is wearing a horseshoe necklace. Ah, now this is getting interesting. The sudden announcement of the Ura finale rocks the racing world. Immediately afterwards, an information session is held. By the time I make it to the gymnasium, it's already buzzing with trainers and Uma Musume. The Ura finale. Huh, can they really just make up a whole race like that? What are the rules? What about checks and balances? I wonder. I know the director's a big deal, but she's still a child at the end of the day. What? She's really a child? The old director ran the academy like clockwork, but that doesn't mean her daughter knows what she's... Nepotism. Excuse me for interrupting. There will be time for questions after the director's address. If you have any concerns, you may bring it up with them. Oh no, bring it up then. Mrs. Tizuna, excuse us. We didn't mean to be rude. A child is running this thing? It sure seems that way. They're not doing oh, she's 1,000 years old, but she looks like a child kind of thing. She's just a kid. Judging by the mood in the room, there's still a lot of confusion and uncertainty. You know what? I really hoped we could play the other game after this. I don't think we can. My voice is shot. It's because I insisted on doing the army private, drill sergeant voice for the little child. The atmosphere persists as Director Akikawa's Ura finale briefing session finally begins. And she's not the one who came up with the name Twinkle Series. No, the child did not come up with Twinkle Series. That was someone else. Drink your blue. Welcome. I'm sure that many of you here have been taken aback by this sudden announcement. I don't give a shit. However, I ask that you hear me out as I explain the significance of the Ura finale. You see, it's a premise for the video game to use. Significance? What does she mean? The crowd glances at one another. Are we all horses? And a hum of whispers fills the hall. With perfect timing, Director Akikawa resumes her address. Uh-oh. We've been streaming for 2 hours. Yep, it's about time for me to start losing my brain mind. My beloved students and trainers, tell me, have you ever known regret? I want to win the Uri McKinnon. I want to conquer the Derby. I want to be the strongest Uma Musume. Have you ever had dreams that you couldn't realize because the distance of the track surface just wasn't right for you? Has anyone ever held the sugar cubes just out of reach of your mouth? Have you ever ground your teeth in chagrin as you thought, I'm better than this? Trainers, have you not had similar regrets? Oh, I hope you don't give her any more lines. Vodka? King Halo. Master Chief? Help me! I aim to create a world where all Uma Musume can aspire to race and can shine and aspire and race. And Uma Musume runners shine the brightest when their wheels clash and they battle it out for the top spot. Spart? Uh-oh. When they battle it out for the top spot, the heat of battle shall forge and polish our railers until their brilliance is blinding. Blinding, I say. I can't play this for long. In summary, I wish to prepare a race that will serve as a stage for all Uma Musume to show their full potential. Where's Rice? Where's my horse Rice? Director? Currently, each G1 race has a designated distance and track type private, limiting the runners who can join that particular race. However, behold, the Ura finale will feature all distances and tracks. All distances? I'm Bamboo Memory. Do you remember? Smart Falcon. All tracks? Just like in the Arima Kennen and the Takarazuka Kennen. Oh, my voice. Participating racers will be selected by fan vote, like the one I'm holding. Ergo, only Uma Musume who have won many fans through the performance of the Twinkle series, the star Uma Musume, may take part. Racers, I ask of you, start your engines, and may the best horsewoman win. Will you take this chance to show your true strength? Will you aim for the top and make your country proud? Trainers, I ask of you, will you take this chance to push your trainees to the limits? Will you see your trainee crown the first ever winner 3 years from now in the new year? Influencer racing. You will have your chance. Come gather your fans and become superstars. Encouragement, excitement. I look forward to your success. Because it'll make me money. Whoa! The atmosphere in the gymnasium shifts completely as the doubts previously held by the audience melt away at the sound of propaganda and are replaced with raucous applause. Oh, my head. Oh, I feel like my beanie is like straining my brain. And with that, the birth of a new year-end race, the Ura finale, is announced. Holy shit. Nothing happened. Debut. Oh. I'm a maiden? Requires skills to win more races. Oh my god, my voice. Okay, so we already have the Blue Rose closer, so she's faster at the end of the race. Slightly improved running on a downhill. Yeah, why not? Confirm. Learn it. She's goth wedding themed because you throw rice at a wedding. Rice shower. Oh. Then why does she have a knife? And a dumb hat. I'm kidding. Am I making good progress? No. Your speed is... Oh. Alright, we've got to do some training. Power. Yeah. Up the power, please. Success. Energy went down by 20. Whoa. So many... Sorry. Stab her new husband. Duh. Husband. Whoa. So many people. And they all have a twinkle in their eye. Like the race. The Twinkle series. It's too much. Today, Rice Shower and I are watching the Spring Tenno Show. 1 week ago, during training, Huff Puff, Wheeze, Wheeze, Rice, wait up. Huh? What is it? This is Sakura Bakushin O. You won her twice in the gambling. She's in Rice Shower's year, and she excels in sprints. To tell you the truth, I have some class representative responsibilities I'm supposed to take care of, but I decided to run with you instead. A lot of flies here. That was heteronormative of me, I'm sorry, listening and learning. Obviously, everyone in this game is crazy gay. We gotta accept that. Where were we? I don't remember her asking for a partner run. Your stamina is off the charts, so I'm gonna make a suggestion. Have you tried cooling down a little bit? As a fellow long-distance runner, I want you to come watch the Spring Tenno show with me. You want to watch the Tenno show together? This is the gay stuff. Yep, together. Working with my fellow classmates to help them discover their hidden talents is one of my duties as class representative after all. I'm a people pleaser, and I sacrifice my own. While I wouldn't call it a hidden talent, Sakura Bakushin O is correct. Rice Shower has what it takes to be a long-distance stayer. I thought that said slayer. This seems like an all-femmes world. Oh, yeah, I think the gacha game about horse girls is all femmes. But hey, we might be proven wrong. And the Spring Tenno show may someday be a goal of hers. Guess we're going to Kyoto then. The real world of Japan. Are you sure? Yay! I would have been so lonely going on my own. Also, we have a snack budget of 300 yen. Is that $3 or 30? Oh, and inflation. And the tariffs. It's probably a lot. Actually, kind of feels like we're going on a field trip. Hee hee, I'm getting excited. Oh, it's good I don't have to talk at all, like, for the rest of the day, because my god. Rounding the fourth corner with 600 feet left in the finish line, the leader is Mihiro McQueen. Go, McQueen! Make them eat your dust! Whoa, this is a close one. I'm gonna go get a better view. What is it with these people and better views? Mihiro McQueen is widening her lead. No matter how hard the race is behind her run, that lead is widening. Look how wide that is. They can't reach her. No one can come close to her. On a display of incredible speed, Mihiro McQueen crosses the finish line in first. What a sight! The voice frying horse game. Yeah. Hey, that's the Kunk and Daster promise. If the game has dialogue, my voice is going out. Congrats! Oh, whoops. Congrats! Good job, McQueen! Thank you, everyone. It's thanks to your support and these powerful legs that I managed to seize victory. Woo! Here she goes. She's gonna say something self-deprecating. How much you want to bet? You were on the edge of your seat, weren't you? Yeah, she was incredible. So skilled and so radiant. Here we go. The farther McQueen ran, the more everyone smiled. Here we go. She's just like the blue rose from the picture book. What? What is this blue rose? You're wearing one. The blue rose. Yeah, the blue rose that brings happiness to everyone. Rice Shower excitedly retells the story of the blue rose of good fortune. Oh, here we go. Oh, I thought I saw the spider. I haven't looked for... I was so distracted by the horse game, I forgot that there's, like, an arachnid from hell somewhere in this room. In a garden full of roses, a single blue rosebud suddenly bloomed. There had never been a blue rose before, so people set it on fire because they were afraid of anything different. Nope. And the people oh wow, yeah. And the people feared it. They called it the flower of misfortune and kept their distance. This is an allegory for homophobia. But one day, someone bought the rose. Why, this blue rose is simply magnificent, they exclaimed. And then they, Big Brother, like the government, placed the blue rose on his windowsill, and it bloomed so beautifully that the people walking by would smile from the bottom of their hearts when they saw it. It looked like this. Well, McQueen had always been well liked, so it's not exactly the same. But I want to be like that. I want to be someone who brings happiness instead of misfortune. Here we go. You can be that person, Rice Shower. Shut the hell up about the self-deprecation. Hee hee, you don't have to try and cheer me up. But if it's possible, I would like to be. We watched Mahiro McQueen for a while longer and then head home. Together? Do we live together? No, right? That'd be weird. Stamina went up by 5. Boy, what a fun race. And thank you for telling me that story. My stamina feels better. Okay, I think we should do one more training and then rest. Unless skills. Nope, we're good. Horses live in stables, I assume. But they're girls. So are they making the humans live in like a barn with hay bales? Guts. Wit. We should probably up the wit, right? She's learning horse math. Friendship with Mahiro McQueen went up by 7. Well, that's good. Some time has passed since the announcement of the Ura finale. Vodka. The finale champion, huh? Now you're talking. I wonder which race I should go for. Medium distance? Or maybe even the mile? You'd better make it the mile, for your own good. I'm going for the medium distance race, and I'm always number 1. What? Them's fighting words, pal. That settles it. I'm going for medium 2. Shut up. I'm going for it. Let's settle this once and for all, Scarlet. Bring it on. Oh ho ho, the first champion of the Ura finale. Truly, a title worthy of the first-rate racer, such as I, King Halo. Come, Sky, I shall grant you the honor of racing with me. Join me for another round of partner running. Yeah, I'm coming. Boy, you sure are good at bossing people around. Although, I guess this is my chance to check a few things. Like my stocks. So, whatever. I feel like I'm watching a whole play right now. That's a compliment. Thank you. I think. Excitement is spreading through a... Oh, my eyes! Excitement is spreading among the Uma Musume as they prepare for the Ura finale. Is it weird that, like, I have such low stamina for streaming that, like, however long it goes, I'm, like, getting slowly poisoned? Like, my health bar is going down. Like, my eyes aren't working. My voice is getting fried. My reading comprehension is getting shaky. Is that fun? Is it fun to watch a streamer who, like, depreciates in value over time? Oh my god. Okay, we're going. I have to try my best too. Yes. Okay, good. As I renew my resolve... Varoom! Kya? Was that Tazuna? I dash off in the direction of the noise to see what's going on. Who, where, why? What is this huge machine? I arrive at the dirt track to find Tazuna in a panic. It's fun to watch, but I am slightly concerned for your health. As a fellow chronic fatigue girly, pace yourself, friend. Don't you worry. I would not do this if it weren't at least a little funny. Gianna Minoka. Hi, Duncan. Hi, Gianna. Welcome to the stream. There is so much going on here that is awkward for you to just suddenly see. I promise. I'm doing this semi-ironically. I arrive at the dirt track to find Tazuna in a panic. Vroom. And what appears to be an enormous vehicle producing an explosive noise. I'm not playing this... What the heck is going on? Ha ha ha! Crying out for joy, Tazuna, I completely understand. Oh. Uh-ho. It's just the usual kunk chaos. I'm used to it. Okay, good. You get me. Serendipity. Why, if it isn't Trainer Kunkin? Hello? Fortuitous! You're just the person I wanted to talk to. With regards to deployment. Leaving Pedosha. Alright. Back in a spot. I'll be back in a race. Horse. They are both in the window cat bed in the other room, looking out at the trees, watching the birds. They're doing very well. They are not going after the spider somewhere in this house, but they're not yelling anymore, so net positive. Now wait just a moment, Director. Before you go any further, please explain this enormous contraption. Do you not want me to explain the cat on my head? Alright. The music is going to drive me insane. It is a little, like, hoedown. Kicked up to the max, isn't it? I wonder if the developers were just like, what music do American horses listen to? Apologies, I've gotten ahead of myself. Listen and be amazed. Restoration. Dirt tracks just like a new instant adjustments. Oh no, I accidentally hit skip. Oops. I just saved a lot of my voice. Quick, let's wish for rain. Huh? Now? Oh, I picked wrong. Rain, fall! What a big voice you have, big brother. We may have skipped too much. We appear to have hit a weird point in the relationship. Join in. Right. Rain, fall! Perfect. Really? I never shout like this. It's honestly a little embarrassing. But it's kind of fun too. We continue to do voice training on the empty track by screaming at the sky. Finally, something I would do. It's exhausting, but at least it keeps Rice Shower's spirits high. Stamina went up by 5, Guts went up by 10. Alright, let's rest. This will take up the entire turn. She needs to recover her energy. I'm prepping for Rice Shower's early morning training when I hear someone arrive. The feds. Good morning, big brother. What training are we going to do today? Beatbox reveal. Not really, because my voice is shot. I'm better at it. I'm not. You're up early. Did something good happen? Actually, I had a really great dream last night. I was training with you at night in the beautiful field. Where is this going, Rice? But the stars were so pretty, we stopped in the middle of training to gaze at them together. Rice, I am your coach, and maybe your big brother. We need to keep this strictly professional. It was such a relaxing dream, but since I got my rest there, I knew I had to work extra hard in training here. Okay, good. Seems like Rice Shower got a good rest. Rice, keep it in your pants, right? If I'm training for anything, and I go to my coach, and I'm like, I had a dream about you, coach. I need to get my head in the game. I'm making it weird. Is that whiteboard? It looks like someone just drew a racetrack up with the white... Energy recovered by 36. One morning, a flyer in my mailbox catches my eye. Ow, my eye! Aquarium grand opening, right next to the station. A tranquil space perfect for relaxation. Not to mention, fish. This might be a nice change of pace for Rice Shower. I don't want to let this opportunity pass us by. I grab the flyer and go looking for her. Rice! Want to see fish? Fish and rice. Sushi. There's a joke there. The first place I check is the training track, because she's not answering her phone. What with the hooves? But she's not here. Unfortunately, my trainee isn't around. I decide to invite her next time I see her, and turn to leave. Whoa, look at her go! It's like she's not even the same Uma Musume. That special training program's doing wonders for her. She's barely even started, but it's like she's already on a whole nother level. Look, it's trainer Kuryun. Uh-oh, I don't know how to pronounce that. Brother zoned, even more intense than the friend zone. That's right, I'm brother zoning the hell out of Rice. Duncan Kastner, 2025. A crowd of people have formed nearby. I see myself following their line of sight. Uh-oh, my brain. Where I see... Great work, Meek. You ran really well today. Still, you lost focus a bit at the end, so that'll be 10 lashings. If you hadn't, I think you could have gone even faster. Try to concentrate right up until the finish line. I know you can do it. Okay, I'm exhausted, so I'm going to lurk mode. I hope your day goes well, Conk. Thank you so much, Gianna. Rest up. Enjoy lurking. Thank you, Thank you, trainer. I'll do my best. I'm trying to give him a new voice. I really want to get hired as a voice actor. But my range is running out. That's Aoi Kuryun. Do you know she's the heir of the Kuryun family? The nepotism in this place is outrageous. They've raised more superstar runners than I can count. Right, she got the top score in the first term license exam too. Suspicious. Happy Meek didn't used to be anything to write home about, but recently she's been making amazing progress. It seems that trainer Kuryun and her trainee Happy Meek are the ones attracting all the attention. God damn them. I love attention. Excuse me, are you? I knew it. You're trainer Kunkin. I've been waiting a long time to do this. Huh? Me? That's right, I'm sorry, this must be quite sudden, but I've always admired you. I had a dream we were in a field. No. Trainer? Who is this? Ah, I'm sorry, Meek. I just ran off, didn't I? Whoa. Phew. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare everyone. Let's try this again, shall we? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Aoi Kuryun. I'm a Tracer Academy trainer, just like you. And this is my trainee, Happy Meek. Meek, do you want to say hello? Hello. I'm Happy Meek. You may not be aware of this, but you and I were actually assigned to Tracer Academy at almost the same time. Almost as if I planned it that way. Maybe this is weird, but I've always felt closer to you because of that. What is happening? So I really hoped I'd have the chance to speak with you someday. And it looks like the day is now, because we're speaking. Would you mind meeting up again in the future? I'm sure we can learn a lot from each other. Hippity Hoppity 2, hi, hello chat, hi Link, what are we doing? Hippity Hoppity 2, have you heard anything about the horse girl racing gotcha game? Because I sure didn't before this, and now we're doing it. Ironically, I didn't choose this. Watch the VOD, it'll explain everything. Yeah, I've seen ads everywhere. Alright, well this is it. I'm doing voice acting. I'm not playing this because I'm like into horse girls. I'm doing this because I would like to be hired as a voice actor someday. That's why. It's the anime racing, yep, that one. I'd love to. Thank you so much. It's an honor. Meek, it's rude to stare, you know. Say something. Ah, excuse me. Despite Trainer Kuyun's words, Happy Meek keeps staring at me, or more specifically, at something in my hand. I'm holding a basket of sugar cubes. Did he give anyone a Kermit accent already? Nope, not yet. I've been withholding the Kermit voice. I know that's my go-to. Are you interested in this flyer? Yes, I am. I'm so hungry. Huh. Is that an aquarium flyer? Meek, have you been looking at this the whole time? The tail swishing is throwing me off. Do you want to go check it out? Are you hungry? Do you want fish? Huh? OMG, we've been missing out. You are not missing out. Any stream I do, the Kermit voice shows up. I can't help it. Wow, the jellyfish are so wavy. Hehe, she's having a really great time. I never knew Meek liked aquariums so much. I never thought to talk to her at all. To me, she's just a tool to win races. But are you sure I should be here? I have been banned from many aquariums. What do you mean? Well, the trainer's handbook, that is, the teaching of the Kuryun family, states that Uma Musume must be given appropriate rest. Emphasis on appropriate. It also says the trainer is supposed to leave the Uma Musume to her own devices during rest periods. That way she can truly relax. Are we having like a plot point about tradition and like... like, oh, we're not supposed to talk to the horses. So is it alright for me to accompany her? I wouldn't be causing her stress, would I? Trainer Kuyun, even the serious type, is worried about neglecting her family's teachings. However... Ah, this starfish looks just like my trainer. Busted and ugly. I'll tell her later. Ahehe. When I look at Happy Meek, also where's Rice? I don't know where Rice is. We can't find her. Hippity Hoppity, we adopted a horse named Rice Wedding, or Rice Shower, and we invested everything into Rice. We were betting big on Rice, and she skipped training, so we may be screwed. Huh? You'll meet her. Rice is we'll find Rice. I think she's happy you're here. Really? Do you think so? It's important to get to know your trainee. Get to know her, huh? Come to think of it, I didn't even realize she liked aquariums until today. It never came up. It's horse racing. Why would we discuss aquariums? Maybe. I still don't understand her at all. 10 days passed. After enjoying the aquarium with Trainer Kuyun, we all returned to the academy to see Happy Meek back to the dorms. This is reminding me of the horse husband game. It is a little scarily similar. I don't think we're gonna cross that boundary, but I'm not gonna make any assumptions. Thank you, Trainer Kunkin. Not only did you invite me on a wonderful day out, You also taught me an important lesson. I love that. Can we date her? We're not dating. She calls me Big Brother, first of all, which is not an every horse thing. It's like a rice-specific thing. It's really important to me that we respect rice's purity, and we don't test it. Not only did you invite me on a what... Okay, yeah, we already read that. I did? Yes. Learning all you can about your trainee is practically point 1 of the trainer's handbook. It even says aquariums are good for this. I don't know why I always thought that meant having a good grasp on their physical capabilities. But thanks to our conversation, I feel like now I understand what it really means. No dating. Don't date Rice. I didn't do anything special. Hee hee. No need to be so humble. I think I understand why you caught the director's attention now. It's because you're busted looking. No. You sincerely care about your trainee, not just as a racer, but as an individual. Where is she anyway? You have ignored her all day. You never took her to the aquarium. Where's Rice? That's where you really shine as a trainer. Well, I'll just have to work harder. I can't have you leaving me behind. I'll kill you. I have to crush you. Sorry. Trainer Koyun and I make our way back to the trainer dorm, talking about training theory all the way. We couldn't find Happy Meek though, so we abandoned her, I guess. Trainer Koyun will now appear in training. Great. Support card event. Pride? There's pride in this game? Go gay people. One day after school. Uma Musume A. You're that model, Gold City, aren't you? I've always wanted to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. Sorry, I gotta get to training, so can we chat another tea?
Then, can I at least get your autograph? I have a magazine with your picture in it. Don't ask what I do with it. Hi, Aoi. Hi, baby. Hi. Did you hear we were playing a horse game? Hold on. Come here, Aoi. Hi, baby. Oof. Let go of the carpet. Let go of the carpet. Smile for content. Hi. Hi, Aoi. Aoi, say something funny. Oh yeah, there's a bird. Do you want to go look at the bird? Sorry I tried to use you for content. Oh, it's the blue jay. Oh, Aoi, kill. Smite. Sorry, got distracted. Mouse? There we are. I have a magazine with your picture in it. I have it framed above my bed. Don't ask why.
Well, I don't really do that sort of thing at school, so, I really don't have time for this today.
Whoa there, nuh-uh. Requests like that need to go through her agency. City's a professional. If she handed out autographs like candy, everyone would have candy. She'd be in deep trouble. Star. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll just be going now.
You're a lifesaver. Thanks, Jordan.
Girl, you're so bad at saying no. It's legit hilarious. Ding. Do you hear the blue jay? It's going nuts. This is another thing that stops me from recording videos. There's a bird. There's like 3 Stellar's jays that are always like fighting, but they're siblings. Whatever. You should have just told her the truth. If you give out one autograph, you'll have the whole school flocking around you. Flocking around you. Edit that out.
Yeah. What was it she called me? That model? If that's still all people know me for, then I've got a lot of work to do. Alright, time to train. See ya.
Go get him! Eureka! I got an idea! This could be useful for Rice Shower's training. What? What is useful? This is Rice Shower. This contributed to Rice Shower's growth somehow. Energy is full. I just realized that their uniforms, it's so slight. Yeah, this is like a slice of life anime where it's a school, but they're horses and girls. Just like that one Elliot Hulse video. What does that mean? Uh-oh. I'll do my best in any training. Oh, we have hints. Use this time to prepare your trainee for her debut. Be sure to keep on top of her training. Okay. Guts. Are my guts bad? Do guts. Success. Energy went down by 17. Friendship with trainer Kuyun went up by 4. 7. Wow. Look at that. She's an emo queen. Yes, she is. She's like covering one eye. She talks about like self-deprecation all the time. Oh. After training, Rice Shower talks with Tokai Teo. Did I already give her a voice? There's so many horse girls. I'm forgetting the voice. It seems that Rice Shower has gained something. Gained 2 hint levels for Shrewd Step. With the bird screaming in the background. Hi, Ayowi. Ayowi. Hi. Don't show your butthole on camera. It's not her fault. One evening, I see Rice Shower back to her dorm after the day's training runs a little longer than I expected. She's so slow. Just after we say our goodbyes. You're shaming her, Kunk. I'm looking out for her. Trainer Kunkin, nice to see you. Are you heading home now? Can I come? Yep. I see. I just saw Meekoff. And I was thinking about heading back to the trainer dorms myself. So... I will say, if this game was ever going to do a little romance implication, I'm glad they're doing it with the other trainers and not the horses. So at least there's that. If it's alright with you, why don't we go back together? We could do some training of our own. Stamina training, for endurance reasons. Hint? Unless you think that's a little too... How should I put this? Chummy. We are coworkers after all. Kuryun, you're laying it on a little thick. Not at all. They don't even give me the choice. Hee hee. Glad to hear it. No horse romance sad. Alright. Shall we? Shall we? Shall we? We talk about various things on the way back to the dorms. Various things. Preferences, positions. I'm sorry. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Rice Shower's training. This contributed to Rice Shower's growth. Mood went up. Alright. Skill points went up by 18. Friendship with Koyun went up by 5. It's 4 in the morning, the very ass crack of dawn. Wide awake, I head outside to take a walk. As I stroll about, I hear a commotion in the distance. I head towards the source of the noise, where I find Director Akikawa and her cat hat, and several other staff members. Commendations! Welcome! Wonderful work, everyone! Another day, another pristine track. Indeed, in recognition of all your efforts, behold, I've decided to bestow upon you a new piece of equipment. Horse steroids! Vroom vroom vroom. Director, what on earth is that strange machine? Surprised, 'tis a turf and dirt course maintenance machine, or so I'm reliably informed by my commanding superiors. It's a cutting-edge model 10 times more efficient than our current methods. Between its prodigious size and high performance, it's the invention of the century. Thusly, I was happy to empty my own pockets to obtain it. $3. Bzz, bzz. Why is it making that weird noise? Rest assured, I'm confident that you can master it in no time. And if you can't, 4 laps. But it's only natural to fear the unknown. Very well, allow me to provide a demonstration. Huh? But director, you can't ride that. It's 5 times your size. And you're a child. Nonsense, I was born on the turf. Raised by it. Is that a Bane quote? I've never seen the Batman movie with Bane in it, but like,
I was born in the darkness, raised by it, molded by it.
any Batman heads in the chat? I don't know. I'm one with the maintenance equipment. Now let's see here. Zoom. Wow. Director. Apologies. Whew. Thank you all. Without your intervention, I dread to think what might have happened. Death, perhaps? As long as you're alright, but what compelled you to buy this? Naturally, it is to express my gratitude to you all. It's thanks to your hard work that our students can focus on pursuing their dreams. As long as it's horse racing. Tireless commitment, flawless performance. As much as it is within my power, I want to reward you for your efforts. No time off, though. Director? Thank you, Director. You won't regret placing your trust in us. We'll put this machine to good use. Yeah, that's Bane. Now that's the kind of smile I like to see. Wonderful, magnificent. I'll be counting on you all.
And then we will break your spirit and your body.
I've never seen the movie. I don't know how many Bane quotes I can pull out.
I've destroyed your football field.
All the staff members seemed heartened by Director Akikawa's commitment to the Academy and its students. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Feeling inspired by her enthusiasm myself, I resolved to help her out in any way I can. Anyway. Murder. Later, I tell Rice Shower what I saw. Dude, it was crazy. The director almost got killed by a machine. And then that helped her mood, I guess. I may still have a long way to go, but I want to do my best. I want to become stronger. A true goth, yeah. 6 turns left before the race. And then I'm turning this off. I went home, I'm sick. Oh. Hello, is there anyone here? Hi, Nathaniel. I'm sorry you're sick. But congrats on going home. We're still playing the horse game. I feel like I can try really, really hard today. Leave it to me, big brother. We'll do another training. I should probably do power, right? The cat threw up too. Oh, I'm sorry. I've had to clean cat throw up recently and it's been nasty. Success. Energy went down by 16. Friendship. Trainer Kunkin, Rice Shower. Nice work out there. I haven't been following you. The nastiest stuff ever was happening in my bathroom. Oh. I'm sorry, Nathaniel. That's quite a day. My cat hasn't thrown up yet. I've learned so much watching you two train. For example, what not to do. Your ass. Sorry. The trust you both have in one another is especially amazing. Sorry to hold up and you must be tired. I'll see you later. Wit went up by 3. How did she help my wit? Bro, hope you can get... I don't know why I said bro. Hope you can get some nice chill recovery by watching the horse girls do horse girl things on stream. Cat threw up. Oh, my voice! Oh my god. Rice Shower and I are headed home after some bonus training and lunch on a day off. Don't ask questions. When? Big brother, look, they're holding an apple fair. No way. No way they're doing apple jelly, apple tarts. Whoa, it all looks so good. Do you like apples, Rice Shower, the horse? Drink your blue, Kunk. You got it. That was the last of my blue. Ugh. Look at how it changes my face. Are you enjoying the stream? Sorry. Did she decide that we are her brother or that we are actually her brother? All I know is that I won her in like a gacha game and she started calling me her brother. So it's probably a term of endearment. I don't think this is my sibling. Yeah, I love them. They bring back a precious memory of eating apples. You see, I once got lost at a festival when I was little. My mom found me pretty quickly, but I couldn't stop crying. So she bought me a candy apple. And when I took a bite, bleh, it was so sweet that it made me feel happy and warm again. I stopped crying right away. No help from my mother. I see. Yeah, so that's why I like apples. I feel warm inside when I eat them. Ah, they smell so nice. Thinking about that time again makes me want to eat one. Wink. Buy me an apple, coach. But we probably shouldn't have any now. We did just eat lunch. There's always room for dessert. Room for dessert? You mean I can have some? Might I have an apple, master, please? It's a little weird. Just don't eat too much. Whoa! Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, okay. I'll get a tart, and jelly, and juice, and... After that, Rice Shower eats pretty much everything at the apple fair. Uh-oh. This might be a lesson in moderation for Rice. A choice, you got to make a choice. We did get to make a choice, and I think I made the wrong one. Oh boy. Energy recovered by 30. Speed went down by 5. Excuse me? Power went up by 5. Alright. Slow metabolism? I fucked myself. What? It's okay, she'll be fine. You're not contributing to her apple addiction at all. God damn it. I only have 40 skill points. Recreation. Go on a fun outing? No, we're not going on a fun outing. You're training. Slow metabolism. 0 speed? Uh-oh. Stamina, sure. Why is she swimming? Energy went down by 15. Friendship went up by 4, 7, 7. Oh my god, I'm worried about this slow metabolism thing. After training, Rice Shower talks with Mihiro McQueen. It seems like Rice Shower has gained something. Gained 1 hint level for Hydrate. Friendship went up by 5. Oh. I hear Special Week and Tokai Tao talking inside the classroom. They sound like they're having fun. I don't remember the voices I gave for them. I'm sorry. And the whole time, Suzuka was so cool! Yeah, I know already. You can't just get enough of Suzuka, can you, Speh? Speh? But she's just so great! I want to be an amazing Uma Musume just like her! Although, I'm a little stuck on how to actually do that. Maybe start by copying her? Heck, if you do that, maybe you'll be able to like her, you know, fake it till you make it. Fake it till I make it. Okay, I'll give it a try. Ho 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 ho, what do you think? You're totally off. Suzuka would definitely strike a more refined pose, and she wouldn't laugh like that. Then how about this? Oh yeah, that's just like it. And jazz it up with a tail step. Got it, one tail step coming right. What? I was just playing with you. I think you've got it though. Why don't you try acting like Suzuka for the rest of the day? Perfect timing, mi amiga. What? I found a super delicious taco place, so let's head over there on our way home. Uh-oh. Oh, hello there, Elle. You're as hyper as ever. How are you? A delicious taco restaurant? That sounds intriguing. I love foreign food. Huh? What's up with the way you're talking? Did you hit your head on the bedpost this morning or something? Not at all. Tacos sound great. I am a horse, and we love tacos. I'll go with you, but I'd like to be alone? You're coming with me, but you want to be alone? Gay? What are you talking about? Yes, I do want to go. I want to go beyond that delicious taco restaurant to a place no one has ever seen before. You want to go where? What's beyond the taco place? Wait, Spay? Special week stubbornly keeps up the silent Suzuka act for quite some time. Eureka, I got an idea. This could be useful for Rice Shower's training. Yeah, you know what? Hey, Rice Shower, let's be weird and off-putting. At least her speed went up. Slow metabolism. How do I get rid of that? Man, I might have really screwed myself with this apple thing. Speed didn't go up due to slow metabolism. Fuck! Who's naming these poor creatures? What the hell are they wearing? Rice Shower and Haru Orara are at the academy gates, ready to head out. Hi, big brother! You two headed out somewhere, little sister? Yep, I get to hang out with Rice. We're going with all-you-can-eat dessert buffet. Hey, you should come along too, trainer. Are you sure? Yeah, I bet Rice will have even more fun this way. Yeah, if you don't mind, that is. In that case, I'll gladly join. Isn't that great, Rice? Alright, let's get your show on the road. Yeehaw! Wow, look at all these yummy desserts. There's so many different kinds. It's incredible. Like super duper incredible. Is that the worst voice I've given anyone? I think so. We can eat all of these. This is amazing, big brother. Come on, Rice, let's go. I can't hold back anymore. Right. Why does she have a stroke? The two excitedly head off to grab some desserts. Hey, not so much without you, Rice. Sorry to make you wait. Rice Shower returns with more than double the amount that Haru Orara took. I already think it's weird that they're making us, like, police what they're eating, but I will admit, after the apple incident, I'm worried about the metabolism thing. It seems like Rice Shower has a bit of an impulse problem with food? I don't know, but it feels weird to say. Wow, Rice, you took so much. You think so? Is it too much? It's too much, isn't it? This isn't healthy. We can run it off later. It's just fuel for the body. I guess that's supportive. A good idea. We'll eat a ton and then exercise a ton. Yeah, as long as we're exercising afterward, it should be fine. That's the spirit. Time to destroy these carrot cakes. Let's eat. Okay. Munch. It's so good. Rice Shower proceeds to deftly down her heaping plate, enjoying each bite. Alright. I don't know why we're focusing so much on her eating habits. Oh, we can visit the infirmary! I don't know why I got excited. Rice Shower has been struggling with exhaustion. Hey, Rice Shower, you and me both. So I brought her to the infirmary to get some rest. I'm sorry for worrying you. Get some rest today, okay? Okay, I will. Thank you, big brother. Fingers. What the hell? What did you do, Kunk, there after you? It was a fire truck. So if they are here for me, I've missed a big context clue.
Hi, Yowie. You would let me know if the apartment was on fire, right?
Huh? Where am I? What's going on? Am I dreaming? But it's so pretty here. It's like a picture book. I wonder what'll happen if I run. Ready, set, go. Huff, huff. Wow, I feel like I'm flying. The sky, the fields, they're all so beautiful. And there's my trainer. And he looks so good. Sorry, that was a callback to the other joke. That's not a... Huh? Was I dreaming? For such a strange dream, that world sure was wonderful, and my body feels kind of lighter now. Rice Shower collects herself and leaves the infirmary with a carefree skip in her step. Energy recovered by 3. Recovered from slow metabolism. Good, we need to train the speed. One afternoon on my day off, I'm walking by an outdoor cafe when I happen upon a familiar face. Korean, yeah. Taco Muncherman, Kunk and I just turned in. My instincts are telling me this game is definitely not safe for work. Your instincts, I commend them. Taco Muncherman, this is a very popular game. I learned about it today. It's about horse racing. It's not inappropriate. You have to... Okay, watch the VOD. It's going to explain everything. I didn't choose to play this game. It's a semi-ironic. There's a whole bit. They're horses. Not her, she's a human, but there's a horse named Rice Shower, who I'm her brother. I'm not dating the horses. Huh, no way, Trainer Kunkin? Although this trainer does seem to be laying it on a little thick with me. We'll see. Why, hello there. To think I'd bump into you here, when I've always wanted to bump. Are you going in? I was going to, but the course I want is only available for 2 or more people. Alright. Smooth. That one's smooth. She glances at a signboard that reads, all you can eat sweets and pastries. Perfect for partners. And pals. Not dating the horses, maybe dating co-workers. That is sort of how close we're getting. Want to dine together? They don't give me an option to say no. Are you sure? I don't want to inconvenience you just for the sake of my work. Work? Your work involves coming to an all-you-can-eat buffet? That's right, Meek told me this cafe has amazing food. So I figured that if I could make some for her, I would increase our motivations even further. I could have brought her, but no. As a fellow trainer, I'm impressed by her dedication, so I decided to help her with her work. I'm getting played. The parfait cream seems to emphasize the richness of the milk over sweetness. Nerd. But combined with the berry sauce, the aftertaste is surprisingly light. Now for this brulee cake. So rich, so sweet. Horses not allowed in the buffet. Hey, we don't serve your kind here. Horses, that is. With your help, I was able to try all the dishes I wanted. And this was technically a first date. Thank you, Trainer Kunkin. Will you be able to make them yourself now? I think so. I'll give them a try as soon as I get home. A few days later. Listen, Meek beat her fastest time yesterday. She said it was because the desserts I made really motivated her. Hehehe. But I still have a long way to go. I need to keep researching until I can recreate the flavors of that cafe perfectly. I'm going to steal their secret ingredient. I never want to give Meek anything less than top-class support. To that end, I'll spare no effort. Let me know if I can help you out again. Trainer Kunkin, yes, absolutely. Oh my god, 3 hours and 10 minutes. I have been this was not meant to be a stream this long, nor was it meant to be this game. That's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Trainer Kuyun shares some of her homemade sweets with me as a thank you for helping me out. I eat them together with rice shower. Speed went up by 10. Oh. We've trapped you with horse girls. This does sort of feel like entrapment. I already finished warming up. I missed the rest of it. How many skills? Oh boy. Yeah, we do not have a lot of skills. Not Sufty. You're still playing this? I have 2 turns left. I'm trying to finish 1 round. And it's just taking forever. I'm not enjoying this. I'm enjoying this with you guys. Why are all my stats in the Fs? I mean, God, we gotta work on speed, right? We gotta do speed. Energy went down by 16. Friendship. Weekly horse girl streams when? Weekly! Try daily. I called it, you'd get addicted. Please spend money on this game, that would be so funny. I am not going to spend money on this game. This stream. On my way home from shopping, I find Special Week standing by the riverside. I decide to call out to her. When? Oh, hi there, back from a day out shopping? What are you doing here, Spay? Why are we all calling her that? Hehe, I was walking by when I happened upon Suzuka training. Look, she's over there. Wow, look at her hair glistens in the light of the setting sun. And her supple shoulders. And those collarbones. Suzuka's just as dazzling as the first time I saw her. Whoa. Gay alert. Gay horse girl alert. Gosh, she really is gorgeous. I can't help but be captivated by her. What would Mod Grapes think? Mod Grapes isn't going to think anything, because they're not going to learn about this. Maybe I could look like Suzuka if I grew out my hair. Alright, it's getting a little obsessive. Happy Pride! You're going to grow your hair out? Uh-oh. Oh, Suzuka, you were great out there. Yeah, I want to be beautiful like you, Suzuka. You admire her quite a bit, don't you? I know what you are. More like a whole lot, whether she's running or just standing there. Suzuka is who I aspire to be. Goodness, I think you're plenty wonderful as you are, Spay. No way, I still got a long way to go compared to you, Suzuka. Wingman the horse girl? See, I want to be a calm and dignified Uma Musume, just like you. So that's why... Oh no, am I bothering you by any chance? Do you hate me? You can punish me if you want. No, I'm sorry. At least she's not named Vodka. I miss Vodka, where is she? No, not at all. Thank you for asking, though. You are very much the honest and straightforward type, Spay. I'm just following my heart. Everyone always tells me I can never stay put. I'd rather name my daughter Vodka than Special Week. And that's all the more reason why I want to be like you, or at least have a bit of your vibe. What about Suzuka can I emulate? The gorgeous cheekbones? Well, I don't want you to change your personality. Vodka son or Special Week daughter? Can they stop wagging the damn tails? That's what this game is missing, just flies everywhere. And their ears doing the little, like, batting thing. I don't think there is anything that doesn't seem helpful. Hairstyle is, I mean, that's easily changeable, so I'm going to go with that. That's probably the easiest aspect to copy, but growing my hair out will take some time. I fucking chose wrong. Oh, what if I copy her headband and ear accessories? You want to copy that? Yeah, totally. I could wear the same accessory, but in a different color or something. It would be great. We could be like twins, sisters. Hee the two of us matching in style. What color do you think would suit me? How about we look for a color that suits you together? That sounds great. Like a date. Where do you want to get married? I'm not sure getting matching accessories is the best way to emulate someone. Even so, Special Week continues to aspire to be like Silent Suzuka, eyes sparkling like stars. Are we all in love with Silence? Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Rice Shower's training. I knew there was lesbian sex in this game. There's no sex, there's yearning. Which is different, but just as important. This contributed to Rice Shower's growth. Energy went down by 10. Speed went up by 15. Friendship with Special Week went up by 5. Okay, we got one turn left before it's time. Energy seems fine. Would recreation take up energy? Let's try it out. Energy recovered by 10. Nice. There's nothing more lesbian than yearning. Correct. Urinating. Yuri is lesbian, right? Is yaoi? That's... I don't know. I'm new here. I thought that was a pack of Marlboros. Let's go for an outing. Phew. Another day, another go at becoming an amazing Uma Masumi, just like Suzuka. Get a personality special. Hold up. That little girl. Oh my gosh, she's adorable. Look at her Uma Musume ears and tail. Huh. Oh my gosh. Is that? It is. It's Speed. Yippee. Speed. Whoa, huh? Could you be my fan? Yeah, I saw you run at the festival the daycare put on. The daycare? Oh yeah, I think I remember going as part of my volunteer activities. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. Hehe, you were so cool back then, Speed. Back then. I want to be just like you when I grow up. What? But wasn't I super uncool back then? I fell over because I got so nervous. Boing! Oh, boing! I was totally covered in mud. Plot twist, there's only lesbians in this world. Everyone's a lesbian. We've established that this is an all-thumb world. Wait a minute. When I created my profile, I hit, like, male, right? Did they ask for my gender? Do you think that this is tailored for, like the male gaze, depending on, like, what gender you assign yourself? I'm gonna guess no, but wouldn't put it past it. You're butch. You can be a male lesbian. This game is way more progressive than I give it credit for. Alright, you know what? It goes up a star. It's up to 5. So, you got up again, didn't you? And then you zoomed ahead super fast. It was like magic. You were the coolest one that day. What? But I'm not that kind of Uma Musume that should be admired. Wait, have you heard of Suzuka? Silent Suzuka? Now that's a bangin' bombshell. She's the one who got first place that day, and the way she runs is so... Remember, he's genuinely enjoying this. Remember Ashen? We will play Ashen next stream. God damn it. She should get all of your attention. I'm not very into this. I'm into this experience with you all. I wouldn't be playing this on my own. I think. Aw, why? I can't run like her. But I can do my best just like you do. Speed. I want to be so wonderful. I want to be someone who doesn't give up, even if they mess up, just like you. Messing up is part of your character. But someone like me, who doesn't give up, no matter what. I'm taking a break in the Central Plaza in between training sessions when I spot Silent Suzuka and Special Week. They're Frenching. Sorry. Oh, hello, Speed. Suzuka, listen, so just now... Sounds like a lovely exchange. Your little friend's eyes must have been sparkling with happiness. Okay, I like narrative games. This game obviously put a lot of stuff into the narrative relations between the characters. I like that. As someone who's very invested in story... Considering we peer pressured you voluntarily accepted into playing this game, I can see why you'd play this for your awesome fans. Anyway, it sounds like a lovely exchange. Your little friend's eyes must have been sparkling with happiness. Yeah, they were. How did you know? Well, I had a hunch she acted just the way you do when you talk about me. Oh my god, just kiss already. I'm sure you gave her something that only you're capable of. Something only I can give, huh? I never would have thought I had anything like that. Maybe... Oh, whoops. Hehe. I'm glad you finally realized what makes you so great. It took very little. I said look it up and then everything spiraled. Suzuka? I really do look up to you. I do want to be just like you. But now, I want to cherish myself. Just as much. Okay, wait. Okay, when I equipped support cards, this support card has Special Week and Silence in it. Does that mean that these little, like, narrative events really depend on the support cards you equip? Because that's really good gameplay and also insane. This isn't, like, pre-programmed where everyone has the same experience. It depends on the support card that you equip. That's interesting. I would love to see that in like a larger game because it's personalized. I really like interesting video games. But now I want to cherish myself just as much. So instead of copying all of you, I'll take the bits that I admire most and create an even better version of me. That way, I can hold on to the parts of me that little girl admired so much. Hehe. Then what will you incorporate first? The names are killing me. What do you mean you're casually mentioning Special Week and Silence in a sentence? They're horse names. You know? Like, they're named after race horses. Would Doki Doki be TOS? People have played it before, yeah. I need you to play the Husband Horse Prince game. You guys are suggesting a lot of anime dating sims all of a sudden. I don't know about all this. I might be setting a bad precedent here. Oh, before I forget, I heard we're having carrot hamburger steaks for Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ. Carrot hamburgers? Anyway. What? Oh no, they might run out if I don't hurry. I gotta have a carrot hamburger steak. But wait, I'm all sweaty. I need to take a shower first. Wanna come with? Or what if I just head straight there? But Suzuka wouldn't do something like that. Anyway, I gotta get a move on. Sorry, Suzuka. I'm gonna go take a shower. Oh no, he's bluing. Hehe, she just finished. Sorry, I'm getting Twitter notifications about the comments on my recent video. Boy, are they mad. If only those hate commenters could see me now, playing the anime horse game. Then they wouldn't take my opinions so seriously. Hehe, she just finished training and she's so full of energy. Gay horses. They're showering together? I need them to talk about feeding troughs and shit like that. Yeah, they got like excited over apples. Every time they double down on the horse thing. Feed bags. Her energy is so infectious. Just being around her makes me happy. Special week charges off. Focused on her goal as always. As Silent Suzuka watches on. The end. Eureka! I got an idea. This could be useful for Rice Shower's training. Oh yeah, Rice Shower. I forgot. This contributed to Rice Shower's growth. I'm giving her pretend, speed pretend, gained 3 hit levels for Hydrate. It's race day, and all of my stats are still F. I'm a little worried. I think all of this might have been for nothing. Yeah, I don't have enough skill points to... All that's left to see is how it turns out. Uh-oh. This is gonna be a massacre. This is gonna be a rough way. Aioli! I gotta hurry up and finish. My children are needy. I have no idea how her hat is staying on the side of her head, but that's actually the most normal thing about this game. Yeah, it's like a feed bag. It's like strapped. Races are where they shine. Ba 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 ba. They make the beans. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. All right, this is it. Predictions. Top contender. The day of Rice Shower's debut is finally here. Everything starts for real once I go outside. Physics works differently for horses, apparently. I didn't think my heart would pound so loudly. I guess I really am scared. You'll do great. Yeah, I can't be scared forever. I have to do my best. Alright, I'm off.
注目の一番人気6番ライスシャワー
実力は完全に上位ですね貫禄すら感じてしまいます前目につける先行策で勝利をつかんでほしいですね
Okay. What does this do? Epithets. I don't know if that... Okay, I don't know how to prep. I don't know what to do. It's go time, guys. Yeah, this is it. This whole stream is building up to this race. Yeah, let's do landscape. Let's go cinematic mode. Okay. Everyone place your bets, I guess. You all can gamble like me. Okay. It all comes down to this. I don't know. Obviously, I want my horse girl to win, but I don't know. My bets are on Rice Shower. I believe in her. Alright. Alright, why is she wearing that? All in on special week. Oh boy, alright. Okay, this is it, everybody. You got it, Rice Shower. Let's do it, everybody. Go Rice. I'm not really invested. Oh my god. Okay, the gates are open. Alright, wonderful start. We're in first. That's good. This should be a good race, they say. Alright. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, that's great. Oh no, but I could be expending all my energy. Oh, they're catching up, actually. That's not great. They're catching up fast. Oh my god, okay. Oh no. Oh, they're speeding up a lot. Okay, Rice. Come on, Rice. Okay, Rice Shower sprint. We're springing into the lead. Okay, alright. Oh, we could bet. Even if we get third, that's fine. Oh, they're close. They're close up. Autumn Mountain. Autumn Mountain's a cool name. Oh my god. Okay, I don't care about the one in last. Okay, we're still in front. Look at that, at the top. Okay, a little rush. I hope she has time to catch her breath. Oh no, Rice Shower could. Oh, she could expect. But I do have that skill where she's good at the end. Rice Shower is keeping the lead. Okay, good Rice Shower. Nay Rhythm, Sharanga, whatever. Keep him out of here. Okay, we're still in first. We've been in first the whole time. I'm a little worried about the narrative, and like if you're in the first the whole time, usually it's like bam, something happens and I'm upset. I hope she has a chance to breathe. Oh, why do they keep saying that? They're foreshadowing breathing. It's getting chaotic because they're very tightly packed here. Rice is cooking. Cook that rice. Run up to the fourth corner. Okay, alright, this is the end. This is a home stretch. I can't look away. We're different. Will another runner... Wait, oh, 400 meters. Okay, this is it. Rice is... Oh, the final turn is right here. Oh, they're speeding up. Rice, you're skilled. There's a skill. The final stretch things. Rice. She's all alone up front. Rice, come on, 200 meters. Rice. Oh my god, Rice, please. Rice. Oh my... Rice show is looking good. I think we got it. I think... We did it, everyone. Let's go! Rice! Me ordering dinner. Okay, alright, we don't need... Nope. We don't need the concert. Oh my god, congrats, Rice. I knew you could fucking do it. Oh man, I feel that rush. We earned that. This game is very well made. They really got me invested in the anime horse girl race. It's because of the narrative. I'm not even gonna defend myself. You all get it. You're all watching. Wow. God damn. Rice shower. You did it, Rice. I did it. I finished the race. I've debuted. Great work out there. Wow, thank you, Bubba. Big brother. Why are you saying it like that, Rice? I will take away that first place ribbon. I swear to God. Heh, hee. I can't wait to see where we go next. Another race, probably. With her debut officially complete, Rice has taken her first step forward. A few days later, God, we're still going. We visit the race course again. In addition to getting an opportunity to study the other racers, can we euthanize her for that sentence? Rice shower, you're going to the factory. Spectating other races will certainly be a good experience, however... Wow, there's so many people. It's like a G1 race. Bow, 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 bow. Huh? Wait, I thought you said today's race wasn't even graded. Here she is, Mihono Bourbon. What a way to make a debut. Bourbon. She closes the Sorry. She closes the distance and takes the lead, but she doesn't stop there. She keeps going, going, going. And she's done it! Mihono Bourbon crosses the finish line in first place! God, what am I doing with my life? Woo! Wow, the classics are going to be... Wow, the classics are going to be incredible next year. I'm totally going to root for Mihono Bourbon. Me too. She's sure to have the Triple Crown champion. We have to watch all of her races. Everyone's smiling because of Bourbon. me at the bar. The cheers are so much louder than when I ran. Rice, shut the fuck up. The self-deprecation, Rice. I wonder if I can ever be like her. Of course you can. Huh? Big brother? You can do it, Rice. Hehe, your voice is like a magic spell. Rice, I'm trying to keep this professional. I'm trying. as hard as I can to be a supportive coach, and I'm gonna have to ignore the borderline harassment you're doing here. It's making me think even I can do the impossible. Do you want to run in the classics too? The classics. Running in the classics means facing off against other racers who debuted in the same year as her. It also means she'll have the chance to go up against Thunder, Mihono Bourbon. Can I really catch up to her? She seems so far away. She's all the way over there. You can do anything. Anything? No. What? You always believe in me no matter what. Okay, I'll do it. I'm kind of scared, but I don't want to be a useless girl forever. Rice! God damn it. We need some confidence. I'll do my best to catch up to her. To Bourbon. And with that, Bryce Shower and I resolve to take on the classics. Is she autistic? I don't know. I'm not gonna say that for her. Maybe you unlock the lore. Have you ever had a dream that you wish? That is kind of how she's talking. But first, as a warm-up for the Triple Crown Tour, we decide to take on the Spring Stakes. Speed went up by 3. Guts went up by 3. Wit went up by 3. I wonder what the next one's going to go up as. Egg on my face. Unlock the diagnostic status. Friendship increased with the Doctor. Akikawa and I went up at 4. Oh, alright. We did it! We did it! We can uninstall the game. 17 Good lord. She's gonna get straight A's on her TISM assessment. I don't want to start a new race. But that's exactly what we did. Save and exit. Okay. Got it. I don't want to see her anymore. Where is Rice? Why can't I see Rice? No. Put Rice on my home page. Who is this? Trainee? No, back. Veteran? No. Where is my Rice? Brand new friends? View story. No, I'm not viewing a story. I've earned some things. We can go gambling after this. We can uninstall it, but if you ever ask yourself if you should uninstall the game, every friend group has one of each. Trans Allegory, Fujoshi, Autistic Individual, The Struggler. We have the Autistic Individual. Who are the other 3? Every friend group has one of each. Every friend group? Alright. I didn't make anything else. Change your home screen companions. No, I don't want... Oh, here we are. Rice! Tonight is the night I'm going to tell Rob Roy I like that book too. Who the hell is Rob Roy? Get your head in the game, Rice. Do you have enough to go gambling again? Oh my god, yes we do. In fact, we could do 10 if we get a little bit more. Alright, hold on. There's gotta be... Why are you so mean to her? I'm not being mean. She's being crazy. No, I'm kidding. There's gotta be one more mission we can do. Change your title. Change title. We did it. Give me that achievement. We're about to go gambling. We're gonna go gambling like crazy. We do not have enough, but we're getting there. More achievements. Oh, my voice. Change your profile. Okay. Done. Where is... Oh my god, my voice. Maybe she's so self-deprecating because people are so mean. I need to make sure this is a strictly professional relationship with my horse girl because she keeps calling me big brother, but then also, like, implying I can't have that. Win in a career playthrough. That's... Hold on. How many... I'm not gonna spend money. Call her small brother. I need 2 more achievements in order to afford the 10. How do I get main story? Is there... We're gonna go a little bit longer so I can gamble. Okay, yes, we get some for this. Sorry, we have to sit through the story. The day after the Arima kitten. What? Oh no. I hit the skip button. Oh, and we got some rewards. Oh, that's crazy. I will say, I hope it doesn't happen again. Hold on.
5番ダイワスカーレット5番人気です
I'm here for the narrative, okay. Going towards 4 hours, Conk. Whatever, whatever.
晴れ渡る空の下
Hi, AoE.
今スタートが切られました各
Oh,
第4コーナーを
what's happening? Oh no. 5th place! Oh, good job, Scarlet, whoever. Daiwa Scarlet. Oh no. Oh well, 5th place isn't the worst. Did I not get the... Where's the rewards? Where's the carrots? I'm trying to gamble. Oh, there we go. Okay, alright. Now we can gamble. Hi, baby. Okay. What does exchange line up? Like, no. I don't have enough. I need 20 more. God damn it. Support, level up, uncap. Shit. There's gotta be a way to earn 20 more carrots. Extra. Story event. Oh, here we are. I'm sorry. I'm addicted to gambling. Hi, Aioli. I'm almost done, I promise. Ow! My arm. And now... Oh my god, I can do it, finally. Scout. Here we go, baby. This is the gambling. Alright, come on. Silver, 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 gold, silver, gold, gold, gold. Alright, here we go. Haru Urara. Great. I have to click. Another Sakura. Matikane Fukukitaru. Matikane Fukukitaru. Nice nature. Thanks. Another Daiwa Scarlet, alright. Mehiro Ryan. I would love another Rice. Nope. Super Creek. She's a super creek. Super creek. She's super creaky. Sorry. Grass Wonder. Another Super Creek. Alright, well. I didn't get Rice. And I really wanted Rice. But... oh, wait. Oh, I've been doing my math wrong. That's not... that's 1,500. And I have 13,000. So we can go gambling a lot. Narita Taishin, yay. Ikuno Dictus. Mehiro Ryan. El Condor Pasa. Hishi Amazon. Oguri Cap. Silent Suzuka.
Hi, Aoi.
I'm almost done. Daddy's gambling. Sweep Tosho, right? Mehiro McQueen. You're still playing? I fell asleep. I took a nap. How dare you?
Hi, baby. I'm almost done. I'm sorry.
Alright. That feels good. I think we're gonna go gambling again. Is there a way you can, like, wish list a character? I'd love to wish list Rice. Oh no, wait, that's paid. Can't do that. That's also paid. SSR guaranteed. Hi, Aoi, I'm sorry. 1 second.
Hi, boy Bree. I'm going gambling for horse girls.
Alright, come on. What do we got? What do we got? Big money. Silver. Gold. Skip them. I don't know who the gold one was. Scout again. Run it. You can't lose twice. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. Here we are, baby. It was vodka? Silver, gold, silver, gold, silver, gold. Oh, that's good, baby. What do we got? Mehiro Ryan. Matikane Fukakutaru. Vodka! Agnes. King Halo. Oh wait, we can make like a dream team, right? Because Rice is my favorite, but I'm adding vodka to the team. Another King Halo. Daiwa Scarlet. Another Daiwa Scarlet. Nice Nature. Super Creek. Alright, well, I guess we'll go again. I love gambling. Don't gamble. It's not good, it's not healthy, and it's corruption. Oh, gold! King Halo, whatever. Nice Nature, whatever. Sakura Bushino, great. Agnes. I can't remember it. Matikane Fukukitaru. Haru Arara. Mehiro Ryan. Nice Nature. Learning to gamble with Kunk. No, this is not... Air Groove! What a cool name. Oh no, I hit Scout again. I love gambling. Don't gamble. You don't win. Gambling, you only ever lose. Silver. Gold. Another Mahiro. Sakura. Nice Nature. Sakura Bahura. Mehiro Ryan. King Halo. Makika no Tafaru. Daiwa Scarlet. I can't believe I'm still getting these. Haru. Vodka! Alright, let's back out of here. Oh, I didn't hit the back out button. I hit the... We're not stopping until we get rice. Silver, gold, silver, 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 gold, silver, gold, gold. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Gold. What do we got, baby? Mayo Top Gun. Like the plane movie? Daiwa Scarlet, baby. Sakura. Oh, new one. Winning Ticket. That's the one you want to vote on, for sure. Can we even get rice? I don't know. Nice Nature. Winning Ticket. Agnes. Grass Wonder, baby. Super Creek. Gold Ship. Where is rice? Gold. Whoops. Alright, Sakura. Gold Ship. Grass Wonder. Haru. Nero. Winning Ticket. Where is rice? Air Groove. Where's rice? I want... Oh, El Condor Pasa. I don't know if you can get rice. How did I get rice in the first place, then? Yes, you can, in fact, pull another rice shower. I have my fingers crossed for it. Okay, so you can... Is there, like, a chances? Yeah, featured trainees. No, that's not it. Details, probably. I'm not doing that. Exchange lineup. Nope.
Hi, Osha.
Alright, both cats are asking me to, like, leave. So, right after this. Alright, what do we got? Silver, 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 gold, silver, 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 gold. Alright, give me the rice. Nice Nature. Haru. Nice Nature. Haru. Air Groove. King Halo. Sakura. Sakura. King Halo. Where is my rice? Oh, I ran out. I ran out. Alright, how do we build the team? Team trials, here we are. Where is your whimsy? Edit team. I don't know what I'm doing. How do we enhance? What is this? Damn it. Oh, we can't enhance her. Okay, raise potential. I need 15 shoes that I get in career. You have a horse you can enhance. They're women. I can't. I don't know who I can... Oh, my head. Oh, okay, I can... Luck is on our side. I'm feeling a fortune frenzy coming. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. That was really fun and funny, and I'm glad we did that. I did not expect the stream, A, to go this long, B, to go in that direction. I'm kind of flabbergasted. But I need to go. I need to shower, go to the bathroom, nap, and then entertain my kids, and then find a spider. And then try not to think about horses and gambling. What a weird game. But you know what? I can see why it's popped off like that. I can see why the customization and the personalization you can put into it grabs people. I think in a game design lens, it's fascinating. I don't know if I'm ever going to play it on my own, but who knows? Maybe after we play Ashen on stream, we will do this again. Hi, Osha. So I will not delete or uninstall the game in case we do it again. But that's going to be it for me today, because holy shit. Hi, Osha. Please don't. Osha. Good night from the Netherlands, friends. Have good horse streams tonight. Thank you, Thank you, Mistletoe Stand. I keep wanting to say mistletoe. Thank you, Mistletoe Stand, for watching the stream and joking around. Osha's ending the stream without you. He almost jumped on the off button. Thank you, Nephrite Dreams, Ashes at Himbo, Nodstuff, everyone for sticking around and watching me play this truly bizarre stream. This was a risk. I did not know we would be going in this direction. We got him, folks. Yeah. You made me play the Horse Girl game, and I had fun, and I praised the game mechanics. So I guess, yes. You win. You got me. Thank you for indulging me, LOL. Thank you for making me do that. That was funny as hell, and I can't wait to put the VOD up. And I can't wait to look at the clips people got. This was one of my favorite streams I've done. Ashen left in the dust. Alright, wow. 3 hours and 58 minutes. I'm going to end this before we hit 4 hours. Make an apology video for your last video, but it's just the VOD of this. That'll trick everyone into learning everything I did. Alright. Osha, say goodbye. Osha. Alright. Alright, weirdo. Bye. Bye, Osha. Hi, baby. Alright. All I have to do is take one more minute to end this, and then we can hit 4 hours. Osha. Osha. Psst. None of that, please. I love you, though. Bye, Osha and Horse Girls, and also maybe Kunkin. Bye, Vodka. Bye, Rice Shower. Yeah, everyone send up a prayer to Rice Shower. Everyone in her honor, refer to someone in your life as Big Brother. Don't do that. Yeah. I hope to do this again soon. I'm working Mondays through Thursdays half the day, so I have the back half of the day to stream. I might do that. Hopefully, I'll do that soon then, within the week. Bye, Big Brother. Alright, we've hit 4 hours. I don't have an end screen, so I'm just gonna cut the cord on this. Bye, everyone. Hi, Aioli. I gotta go. But, bye, everyone. Take care. See you again soon. And don't forget, it's not about the size of the racetrack. It's about the speed of the horse. The hell do I... What does that mean?